All right, people. Can I hear from you in the chat window? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Awesome. Thank you very much, Zura. Thank you, Shazna, for the feedback. Sorry, guys. Based on some kind of a setting, you guys can't seem to be sending messages to everyone, but I can see all your messages. So keep on the messages coming in. We have Asanka joining in. Asanka says he's an academic. Excellent. Awesome. Great. So are you guys ready to find your breakthrough in 2022? Right? Are you ready to make this the year that you're finding your breakthrough? Yeah, one person saying yes. I would like to see more yeses coming in. Have big yeses coming in. Excellent. 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 Right. So without further ado, respecting your time as well, let's get into today's workshop. First and foremost, let me thank you. I thank each and every one of you for waking up early in the morning, making time on a Saturday, and joining in. I know you could have been doing a lot of things. You could have been sleeping for that matter, but you chose to show up. Now that says something about you because you have a commitment to find your breakthroughs, you have a commitment to become successful, and that itself is something that's going to get you to your objective. So big applause to all of you for taking action early in the morning. We have a few more introductions coming in as well. We have Menuri joining in, and says she's an undergrad of University of Colombo Faculty of Arts, working as a client servicing associate in digital wire. Welcome, Menuri, and we have Sachin also joining in. I'm Dilshan, an accountant. So welcome everyone. The numbers will keep on increasing, and we would be starting. We have Navid also joining in. He's in digital marketing. Manisha is from admin and HR. Awesome. So we have a good selection of different people from different industries. And let's get started. Right. So my eyes and ears are going to be you guys, and this cannot be a one-way monologue. I want you guys to talk with me. How you would talk with me would be through the chat box, but at certain times I would be taking you on stage as well. But I want you guys to take action. I want you guys to speak out because if you want to learn, you need to interact. All kinds of experiential learning increases how much you absorb, right? So if you just stay there with your cameras off, just listening passively, you're only going to take 10% of what I'm going to be talking today. The question is, did you come here for that 10%? You need to ask yourself that, right? If you came here just for that 10%, uh, is it worth the 4 hours that you're going to spend here? That's the next question that you need to ask. So I would like to invite all of you to switch your cameras on and participate with your maximum participation, right? So the question, ladies and gentlemen, once again, run to the chat box. Are you ready? Are you ready to get started? We have 4 hours of very, very, very exciting, content ready. Spent couple of nights, sleepless nights, thinking, scratching my head, how can I put together something that will create a breakthrough for each one of you, right? So I really want to make sure that this time that you spent is worthwhile, and I've put together something amazing, right? So before we get started, I want to take a quick minute and introduce myself. Some of you know me already. For some of you, you would be knowing only a little about me. But then again, if I'm going to be talking in front of you, if I'm going to be telling you how to find your breakthroughs, you need to have confidence. So let me just quickly skim through who am I, right? So my name is LienKay. I'm a success coach and a peak performance strategist. I'm a guy who has 17 years of sales and marketing experience under my belt. I'm a chartered marketer and an MSc holder in strategic marketing. Worked in a wide range of companies, from big companies, multinationals like HSBC Dialogue, to smaller companies, medium-sized companies. My last tenure was at Colombo Coffee Company. Those are the guys who are bringing you the Lavazza coffee into Sri Lanka with the Barista Coffee Shop chain. I'm a branding specialist, and I also have another company called LienKay Design Solutions, which is into branding solutions, creative solutions. But my passion, most importantly, is helping others. And I am a coach not by circumstances but by choice, and that's what makes me special, because I could have been doing so many things out there, but I chose to become a coach because I wanted to help others, because that's my purpose. I've also been a suicide prevention counselor for a not-for-profit, and also a life coach on an international app called Expert Republic. More importantly, I'm a Tony Robbins graduate. For those who don't know Tony Robbins is the guru of the entire coaching industry. Is the biggest name so far I've met. I'm a UPW Firewalker, so that's a program that Tony Robbins does, a 4-day intense workshop, and um, you get to walk on fire to get rid of your fears, right? And I'm a guy who has done that as well. And I'm Arfeen Khan certified life transformation coach. So this is a little bit about me, so you know why I'm in front of you talking to you about today, right? So talking about my coaches, these two gentlemen have really profoundly changed my life, right? Tony Robbins, that's where I started. I mean, even the last couple of days, I've been participating in one of his programs called Ultimate Breakthrough. He's also talking about breakthroughs, true and inspiration. Right now, I'm being coached under Arfeen Khan. He's the Tony Robbins version in India. He's a great personality. He coaches people like Hrithik Roshan, Shah Rukh Khan's son, at a celebrity level. Very, very, very expensive. Gentleman, he charges about $30,000 to $50,000, $30,000 to coach a person. So you can imagine his level, right? But for my luck, I'm a participant of his university with about 6,000 other international coaches, and that's where I get my structure and system in place. And this gentleman is a person who has been doing this for the last 25 years across 49 countries, over 600,000 people's lives transformed, right? And that's the uniqueness of what he does. Um, right. So before we get into the nuts and bolts, I want to make an invitation to all of you. For those who are not connected with me, please connect with me. Right? It's very easy to find me if you type LienKay on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, wherever, even LinkedIn. You will find me. LinkedIn goes as Lien KEERTHISINGHE, my full name. Uh, why I'm telling you to connect with me is how I use social media is very different. I don't use social media to went out and put out party pics. But for me, social media is all about inspiring people and connecting people. So for those who are already on my social networks knows, I do a lot of content. I post a lot of videos, which can have a significant impact in your life. So I would like you to take your phones out right now. If you're not connected to me, send me a friend request. Doesn't matter. I don't treat it as a personal social network. It's all about, connecting with people and inspiring and changing lives. So whether it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, wherever, please connect with me. And I also have a Facebook group called the Success Blueprint. So it goes as LienKay's Success Blueprint. Join that private Facebook group, because I do Facebook Lives and different content on that as well, which can be profoundly impactful for your life, right? So with that invitation, let me start with a quote. I really love this quote. The first time I heard this, it did not make any sense, right? It did not make any sense. But more I learned about it, more it became more sensible, right? So how you do anything is how you do everything, right? What do I mean, right? Now, for an example, see how you are uh, doing the meeting, right? How are you at the meeting right now? Are you with your cameras on? Are you with your cameras off, right? Are you taking part? Are you interacting or are you not? Are you going to the chat box and typing or are you not, right? So whatever you do right here represents your life. How you do anything is how you do everything, right? Even at work, how you choose to work, how you choose to be methodical, shows how you are in your life, right? So if you want to be successful and happy, you need to start making these minor adjustments. So even when you go into a training program, meeting, switching on your camera, interacting, being present, making the most out of the situation, or taking action, those kind of things are going to define you. So if you are interested in really transforming, little things has to be done. Start it today by switching on your camera and interacting, right? Right, so let's see what else we have in store. I want to start by helping you to understand the difference between a coach and a therapist or a consultant, right? Because coaching is relatively new to Sri Lanka. Can I see in the chat box who thinks uh, coaching is relatively new to Sri Lanka? Yeah, I think now the chat issue has been resolved. You can respond to everyone. Yeah, yeah, okay. So you guys think the coaching is new? Yeah, it is new. Awesome. So if it is new, it's important that you understand what is coaching versus therapist and consultant. Right now, when you go to a therapist or a consultant, right, you always know they know better than you, and you look up to them, and they advise you, they guide you, and you listen to them and come. They solve your problem, right? Next time you have your problem again, you have to again go to them. Why? Because they hold the knowledge. But when it comes to coaching, how different it is a coach will empower you with what you need to solve your problem. Coach is not going to solve the problem for you. You are the one who's going to solve the problem, but a coach is going to help you find the light inside you, find the intuition, the knowledge inside you, right? So you can arrive at better decisions and solve your problems by yourself. Now, that itself makes it much more impactful. Why? Because when you go to a coach and learn something, you can actually reapply it again and again and again in your life. So whereas I have had people saying my therapist is amazing and I've been going to her for the last 5 years. I'm like, why have you been going to her for the last 5 years? If she's so good, you should have overcome whatever your problem, right? So with a coach, you never have something like this. You go to a coach, you get what you have to get, and you start applying it into your life. So that investment, that time and money that you're investing in a coach is very much worthwhile. And the other thing is, when you get empowered, you can teach others, right? A good coach empowers you. So let's say for an example, uh, uh, someone like Lakshika, right? So Lakshika comes to me for coaching, and I teach Lakshika, guide her, and empower her with tools and strategies and mindset of how to resolve her issue. Now, next time when Lakshika goes to her office, or her family members, or someone from a family circle, a friend, and they have a problem, she has the knowledge and the know-how to help the other person. So you become more empowered as well. Now, this is why coaching is much more popular in Western countries, and is also growing in Sri Lanka, right? So I just wanted to give you that idea about coaching before we deep dive into today's content. I just want to talk about one more thing before we start today's program, right? I want to give you a small introduction about what I do as a coach, right? While I coach people on ad hoc basis on whatever the problems that they want to overcome, I have two flagship programs which I always talk about. One is called the Success Blueprint, one is called the Unleash the Hero Within. Success Blueprint is created to discover your true self, like it's ultimate self discovery, followed by five amazing golden formulas that can take your life to the next level of abundance, which will answer all your questions. So at the end of the Success Blueprint program, you actually have something like a map which will have all the answers to all the questions that you have in your life, to take better decisions and to become more successful and happy, right? And it works by fixing your inner world, because your outer world, your life, which is called your outer world, is a clear reflection of the inner world. So you heal from within, you fix things within, so it represents all the areas in your life coming to a much better state. Unleash the hero within is for special people who have a knack to help other people. If you want to become a coach, but you have no idea what kind of a coach you want to become, or if you have a skill or a gift which you want to polish up, create a program and become a coach and serve others. This program is made to give you the right solution, right knowledge to become a coach. Right. So these are the two flagship programs that I'm doing. But Success Blueprint actually comes in two varieties. It comes as a one-on-one package, a one-on-one coaching program for those who actually want personal attention. And it also has an express program, which I'm going to be talking about later during this uh, call, which where you can do the same program in 4 weeks in a group setting and make the most out of it. So there is a wide variety of choice for everyone. Uh, I don't want you to feel after spending 3-4 hours with me, and if I talk about something in terms of promoting one of my programs, see like, hey, he brought us in saying it's a free program, but now he's selling. So I'm going to make a statement right now. At the end of the program, I am going to make an offer to all of you. Right? I want it to be very clear because I come from a place where honesty and integrity is at the highest virtue, and I want to be very clear and upfront with you. I'm going to give you a ton of knowledge, which you can take and go and make your life. But at the end of the program, I'm going to make an offer because there are few people who are seriously interested in changing their life. Right? There are few people who are seriously interested in changing their life. And for them, I'm going to put a very special offer, a one-time offer, which they can take if they are interested. No one is obliged to buy, right? So I just wanted to make that statement. Now, let's ask ourselves, why are we here? Right? Why are you here? Now this question is very important, ladies and gentlemen, because I study a lot about human psychology and how our subconscious works. Right? Now when you do something, if you just start doing it and get on with whatever the task, yes, you can complete it. But then again, before starting it, if you have a dialogue with your subconscious, with your brain, with your psychology, saying, why am I doing this and what do I want to achieve? Right? It creates a more impactful response, because throughout this program you will also learn that our brain and our subconscious has coding that is running, right? A program that is running from our childhood, which is supposed to help us, which is supposed to help us survive, the primal human brain. But then again, certain actions that comes from our subconscious and our brain actually hinders our progress. That's why people say sometimes I ended up self-sabotaging myself. That's because your brain and your subconscious gives a different message to what you actually want. But once you set an intention and tell yourself, this is what I want to achieve, your brain and your subconscious get onto your side and starts helping you in any possible way. That could be pumping hormones to certain areas of your body to keep you awake, keep you alert, keep you motivated. So he or she starts doing their part to help you as well. So let's do this. Let's set an intention, right? I want all of you to do a small activity with me, right? I'm going to put some light music. Ladies and gentlemen, what we did was we actually gave a commandment to our mind rather than just letting it take a free ride. Now, if you start doing things like this in your day to day life, you can have more profoundly impactful results in whatever you do. It could be even going to work and getting started, but if you learn to talk to your subconscious, it can have profoundly impactful results. And these are some of the things that we do in coaching, things that I teach my students. Yeah. Everyone says there is some feedback. I'm just going to remove my headset. Hope it's clear. All right, so let's get back into the slides. Now that we have set an intention, a clear intention as to what we want to do, let's ask ourselves, where are we stuck, right? So this program is called Unstuck and Breakthrough because, see, in life, we feel like this, right? Look at these four people, right? Uh, at some point in our life we feel like we are stuck in terms of our career, stuck in terms of the business that we are doing, stuck in terms of the money that is flowing through, relationships, family, health, or we just feel like we are just stuck. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I'm stuck, right? Where are you in life, right? One of the important things in transformation is sometimes to uh, accept. Acceptance is very powerful, right? So sometimes you just need to tell yourself, no, I am stuck, right? Rather than just living in denial. So let's get to the chat box. Share with everyone, share with me. Tell me, where are you stuck in? Which area in your life are you stuck in? Is it money? Is it career? Is it business, relationship, family, health? Or is it any other area? Where do you feel like you're stuck? Now, some of you would be very shy, thinking twice. Oh my God, he's asking me to put it in the chat box, everyone else can see. Sometimes you just need to accept, and that gives you a lot of power, right? When you accept, when you call yourself out from hiding, it gives you a lot of power for transformation. So where are you stuck in? I get a lot of career, money and career, business. Can I see a few more responses? We have about 27 people in the room, right? Personal life, money, career, family, career, money, relationship, health, career, business. So we have a lot of people focusing on career, business, very few on relationships. But let me tell you this, in most cases, when I talk to people, although on a surface it's career or business, sometimes right at the bottom it's relationships. We are scared to admit it, right? But we are looking for breakthroughs in relationships. Relationship is not only about romantic relationships, loved ones. Sometimes the relationship breakthrough that you are looking is with yourself, because there's a lot of people who are struggling with self love, believing that they are enough, believing that you can do it, right? Believing that you deserve more, right? So I'm just making a statement, but it's important that you understand where you are stuck, right? So you know where you are stuck. Now, being stuck is painful, isn't it? Right? Tell me on the chat box, is being stuck painful or not? Is it painful? Right? Now, if being stuck is painful, right? I want you to focus on this quote. Now, this is something that I really love. Even if you write it down, I really don't mind, right? Make it a part of your daily saying. Yes, painful, painful. I'm getting a lot of pain on the chat box, right? But here's the thing, pain is inevitable. You cannot escape pain, but suffering is optional. Think about it. Pain is something that you can't escape, right? Losing people and things that you love, or being having to be together with people or circumstances that you don't like, or losing something, whatever, right? Pain is inevitable. It's a part and parcel of life. But whether you suffer or not is completely an optional thing. So what happens to people, why people can't find breakthroughs, is they choose to live in pain, they choose to live in suffering. They are not making a choice saying, enough suffering, I'm going to make a conscious decision to find a breakthrough. Now, one of the biggest lessons that I have to give all of you who are here today is, if you really want to find a breakthrough, you need to take a conscious decision that you are going to endure suffering, and that you are ready to do whatever it takes to endure suffering. Now, I want to ask you, would you like to hear a story, a real life story about someone changing your life, right? Changing their life, uh, and going by this line, escaping the pain and the suffering and transforming their lives. Would you like to listen to a real life story? Yeah. Can I hear in the chat box? Would you really like to listen to a story? Yes. Okay. So I have a very interesting story. I'm not going to talk about anyone else. I'm going to talk about myself. Can you see the chubby fellow right there on the left side? That was me a couple of years back. Unhealthy, depressed, and mind you, suicidal at one point. Today I'm standing in front of you as a coach. But in my life, at one point,
I was in one of those deepest, darkest places where life was shattered into pieces. And I wanted to give up. And why I'm telling this story is not for sympathy, but to inspire. Because every time I talk about these stories, there are people coming and saying, I was suicidal, but when I heard your story, that gave me a lot of inspiration. Right? Life is never a bed of roses. What you see is just a physical transformation. But then again, there is a lot underneath. I will tell you a few things about myself, right? It's tough to share sometimes, right? But it's what has got me to be who I am today. In 1999, I was 14 years old, grade 9. There were times where we didn't have food to eat at home, right? I remember my mother making white rice. She started crying because there was nothing else to go with the rice. I remember me walking from Maharagama to Nugegoda, that's about 10 kilometers, just because I didn't have 2 rupees to go in the bus to take my exam for the Sunday school. I remember how much I've been bullied at school because I did not come from a wealthy background. I also have gone through phases where, I've lost jobs, stayed at home trying to figure out how to earn money. And also, I've been in places in life, like I told you, where I've dipped to the lowest point and I felt suicidal. But at each one of those places, I had a choice to be a victim of the story or the victor of the story. Now, when bad things happen in life, we all go into this phase saying, oh my God, why did it has to happen to me? Right? Now, when you enter into that mode, what will happen is you will always become a victim of the circumstances. You won't look for solutions, but you sulk in the sadness, the sorrow, the depression, and you try to get sympathy and feel good, being there. But if you want to find your breakthroughs, one of the key things that you have to do is you have to make that pain your fuel, your fire, your passion. That's what you have to do, right? So when I went through those experiences, I was not a coach. I did not know about personal development, but there was something in my mind saying, I will never let that happen again in my life. I will make sure this lesson, I will take this as a lesson instead of a bad incident and make this my fuel, my fire, my passion, and become someone bigger, something better in life. Now, because I took that decision, I could change. And later on in this workshop, I will tell in certain places certain bold actions that I have taken, actions that have made me cry in fear, which has brought me into this place in life. Right. So, this is just to inspire all of you to understand, even if you are going through a bad patch right now, right, everything can change if you put your effort into it. I love this saying, where focus goes, energy flows. Right. So the question is, where are you focusing? Are you focusing on your past? Are you focusing on your future? Or are you focusing on your now? Especially when you are looking for a breakthrough, if you are focusing on your past, you are not going to find a breakthrough. Why? Because you are going to say, this happened, that person told like this, I don't know why everything has to happen to me. I'm such a good person, but all these bad things keeps on happening to me, and you're going to be living in regret if you focus on your past. If you focus on your future, I know we are brought up in a society where our parents also say always think about the future. But then again, when you think about the future, you only live in anxiety because you're like, oh my God, what will happen tomorrow? Will I have enough money? What would my better half say? Will I get that promotion? Will I not? So you always end up being worried about a future that has never happened, which is going to give you anxiety. Present moment is the only moment that has no regret, no anxiety. which has peace of mind, so you can focus on what you need to do to find your breakthrough. Some of you, I have personally spoken, I know your stories. You have a tendency to live in the past, talking about what went wrong. If you record yourself talking to a person about your life for 5 minutes and replay it, how much of a percentage is about the past? How much of a percentage is about the future? You need to look at it, right? So you need to reprogram your story, reprogram your focus to focus on your now, right? And I'm going to teach you 7 steps how you are going to do that. But it's important to understand what is a breakthrough. Ladies and gentlemen, can I hear from you in your opinion? What is a breakthrough? Right? If you're looking for a breakthrough, you need to know what you're looking for, right? So, what is a breakthrough? I'm sure most of you are here to unstuck yourself and find a breakthrough. What is a breakthrough? Can I hear from you? If someone wants to talk, put your hands up. I would love to bring you onto the stage and let you speak as well, because it's only me speaking. Can get quite boring. Anyone want to share what a breakthrough is? Gihan says it's a solution. What else? Realizing where you went wrong. Okay. What else? A change for better. Okay. I love the answers. Keep on bringing them in. A change, right? So a breakthrough is a moment of a realization that help you change something that you couldn't change all this time, right? A breakthrough is a moment in time where you get a very profound, powerful realization which helps you change something that you couldn't change for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. That's a breakthrough. Yeah. So what kind of a breakthrough could you be having, right? For some people it's something like, I want to quit smoking and breakthrough in my health aspect, right? Or I want to uh, get rid of all these thoughts that's haunting me in terms of a past incident that I'm trying to overcome. It could be, I want a breakthrough in my career. I'm not doing something right. I'm stuck. I want to find that breakthrough and improve my career, right? I want to fix my relationship because it has like really become toxic. Oh, I want to leave my relationship because I've tried fixing it and I've given up, but I can't leave my relationship. Whatever it is, right? People have different circumstances. So tell me, if you are here to find your breakthrough, I want you to take a pen and paper, right? Not just to type it on your phone, because when you write, something beautiful happens. A part of your brain sparks up and it gets hard coded into your conscious and your subconscious, right? I want you to write down what is that one breakthrough you want to discover in 2022, right? What is that one breakthrough you really want to discover in 2022? A breakthrough that is so valuable for you that you are even ready to spend 1 million if you have the money, right? Something that is really, 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 really important for you, right? Let's take a second and write. I want you to put some thinking into it as well, because it's important. Can I hear from some of you? What is that one big breakthrough that you really wanted to find this year? Because if you guys have enough good breakthroughs, I'm going to share 7 steps that can really get that for you, right? So, who would like to go on, yeah, and share their breakthrough? Yes, with everyone. Yeah. Or you can put it in the chat box as well. I'll read it out. Let's commit to these breakthroughs, right? Because it's really going to be a game changer. So Aruni says a career change. I can see Vikum typing. What is your breakthrough, Vikum? So Lakshika also wants a career progression, right? So two people looking for breakthroughs in their career. How to make more money and lose weight. Physical transformation and financial abundance, right? Amazing. Seeing things all positively and expecting just to be and let it flow. So finding inner peace, right? Career change. Excellent. Increasing my income, right? Health, weight, healthy body, physical transformation, right? Now, all these breakthroughs are possible, and Gihan says make money and starting to study, right? Now, some of these breakthroughs sounds a bit like goals, right? How a breakthrough is different from just setting a goal is think of something that you have not been able to achieve all this time. Think of something where you have felt like it was impossible for you to change. Now that's a breakthrough. Career progression is a good thing, especially if you have been really stuck and something has been wrong. But we have Bevan saying becoming a coach. So Bevan is a person who's following the Unleash the Hero Within program with me. I'm going to bring him up at some point so he can share some of his experiences as well. Fatima says discover an environment which allows me to grow. It is very important because sometimes even our family circles that we are in, whether it's our parents or spouses or whatever, does not allow you to grow. And I've seen this happening in a lot of people as well, right? Self-love, getting better, amazing, right? So like I said, you need to first figure out what is a breakthrough and tell yourself what is that breakthrough that you're going to find out. And if you're just going to set a goal, that's not going to help you. You need to really find something that has been truly difficult for you to change over the past couple of years and really take it to the next level, right? So now I'm going to tell you how to find a breakthrough, right? I'm going to share 7 steps that will help you to find that breakthrough. Let's see what they are. First, let me go through the 7 steps, but then I'm going to take you through one by one and create a little bit more clarity in that. So, step number 1 in finding your breakthrough is creating clarity, right? You need to be clear about things, and we are going to talk about which things are we actually need to be clear about, right? Then number 2 is figuring what's preventing you, right? Figuring out what's preventing you, right? Because when you want to find a breakthrough, you also find that you have been uh, horrible at finding the breakthrough. Why? Because something has been stopping you, something has been preventing. But if you don't know what's actually preventing you, you will never uh, break through because you don't know what's holding you back, right? It's very important that you find out what's holding you back so you can break through. Number 3 is discovering your compelling reason. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very important because if you don't have a compelling reason, you're not going to find a breakthrough. Possibly why you have not found a breakthrough as at right now in whatever that area is because you don't have a compelling reason, a reason that is like pushing you to take action. Because when you don't take action, that tells that you are comfortable where you are in your comfort zone. And why a lot of people don't find breakthroughs is because they are comfortable in their comfort zone. So you need to find a compelling reason, a reason so strong enough that really pushes you to find those breakthroughs and become the version that you want to be. Number 4 is tools and strategies, right? Tools and strategies is very important because that is the nuts and bolts of how you are finding the breakthrough. But having tools and strategies is not enough because you need to have a system. You need to have a proper system, right? And you need support and mastermind, which is number 6. So having all those tools, all those systems, if you don't have people to support, right? People to mastermind is a collection of people who you can interact and learn things from, right? So your support and your mastermind, the people around you is very important to find a breakthrough because there are a lot of people who cannot break through. Why? Because they are in toxic environments with people who are not adding value to themselves, right? And number 7 is accountability and confidence, right? Now, if you have these 7 elements, finding a breakthrough is easy, right? But just looking at this 7 is not going to help you anyways, because there's a lot inside each one of these areas as well. So I'm going to go through each one of these areas within the next, we've already spent 1 hour, so we have 3 hours to go. Within those 3 hours, I'm going to go through each one of these sections, and I want you to ask questions, interact, because if not, if you're just going to sit there and listen to me and go, you're going to go back with 10% of what am I going to give you. If you ask questions, if you interact, maybe you will take about 50%. But remember, if you take notes, if you ask questions, if you interact and go and teach it to someone else, maybe your sister, your brother, your girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife, business partner, friend at office, if you teach this, you're going to retain about 90% of what we are going to talk today. So how much you want to retain is completely up to you, right? So let's look at creating clarity. Now, this is an area that I really like, because whatever you want to do, you have to create clarity, right? Now, what is this clarity about when you want to find a breakthrough? You need to figure out where you are right now, right? You need to figure out where you want to be, right? And you need to figure out how much of a gap is there. Now, what am I talking about, right? So I want to find a breakthrough. What do you mean by where you are right now? Now, to do this, I want to do something practical so you get an understanding, right? So let's do a small activity. Can you see this scale? A scale from 0 to 10, right? Now, when we talk about life is not just one thing, right? Life is not just one blob. It's a mixture of different categories. So we have finance and money, we have the career and job, we have the business, we have love and relationships as another category, we have family as a category, we have kids and education and their future as a category, we have fun and leisure, we have spirituality, we have personal growth, we have physical environment. I mean, there could be even more, but at least 8 to 10 of these categories are there in everyone's life. Now, I want you to write down these categories, right? I want you to write down these categories and draw a scale of 1 to 10 in front of each one, right? So draw a scale of 1 to 10 in front of each one so you can rate yourself. Now, once you draw your scales, it could be just a line, it's okay, right? It does not have to be perfect. Ask yourself, based on where you are in, let's say, finance, your money situation, what kind of a score am I going to give? Now, here's the thing. This is very personal, and it's very relative to each other, right? Now, for an example, let's say you and I, we both are earning 300,000 rupees a month, right? You might score yourself at 8 or 9, saying I'm very satisfied. So 0 being the least satisfied, 10 being the highest satisfied, right? But I might score myself at 2 because 300,000 is not enough for me. I want to earn a million. So it's not where you are exactly, but it's how you feel where you are, right? And whatever that answer is correct for you. So give a score for yourself for finance and money on a scale of 1 to 10. Give yourself a score in career and job. Give yourself a score for business, love and relationships, family, if you have kids, about their future, their education, right? Have you saved enough? Have you thought about it, right? If you don't have kids, you can omit that area. Then fun and leisure, spirituality, personal growth, physical environment. So let's take a quick minute and score ourselves and come back. And whoever who finishes, can you put it in the chat box and say that you are done or you completed? So now is asking, can we identify what category is relevant to our transformation and only note those down? Absolutely, yes. Right. Now this represents the entire uh, life as a spectrum, but you don't have to score all the areas, right? So for those who have not, who got distracted, I'm getting a message saying I got distracted. Okay, so life is all about these areas in life, right? So write down these areas and score yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 of where you are right now, right? So if you feel like in your career, 0 is least satisfied, 10 is like the highest satisfied, right? So if you feel like you are at a 3 with more to achieve, give yourself a score of a 3. So likewise, score each area. But if you want to focus on, let's say, only the area that you want to find a breakthrough, you can only score that as well. But I would say clarity helps you, right? If you have time, score yourself in all the areas, right? Done. So Zura says done. Right, superb. Denusha is also done. Now, did any one of you have one of those epiphany moments, or what we call the light bulb moments, when you score yourself saying, oh my God, I never realized I was so bad in this category? Did any one of you have a moment like that? Yeah, Asanga says yes. So Shazna is asking, what does physical environment means? Physical environment means your the quality of your house, your vehicles, whatever the physical possessions you have, right? The lifestyle that you have, how quality they are. So we have a lot of people getting epiphany moments or light bulb moments, saying, "Oh my God, I did not realize that I was doing so bad in this area, or I was doing so good in this area." Right. So this is why clarity is important. I'm going to move ahead to the other slides. Now, once you know where you are, and number 10 being where you want to get, now look at the gap. Look at the gap. Maybe in certain areas you have only 2 more to achieve, but in some areas you have 8 to achieve. Focus on the gap. Now, focusing on the gap, think, have I done justice to these areas for me to achieve? Am I doing something to minimize the gap? Or am I yet to even think about it? In most cases, a lot of people have not even thought about this. When they do this exercise, only they realize, oh my God, I'm doing so bad in my, let's say, uh, personal growth. I have not done anything, right? Personal growth could be education, qualifications, learning and development, like this, right? Coaching or anything like that. So sometimes when you answer, only you realize, oh my God, I have not focused on this area at all, right? And that gives you clarity. So this exercise is supposed to give you clarity. Remember, we are trying to find clarity, because that's one of the 7 steps, right? So finding a breakthrough, you need to find clarity, find where you are, where you want to be, and the gap, and give your subconscious a message saying, hey, we need to do something about it, right? So step number 2, understanding what's preventing you. So now you know your gap in that area where you want to find the breakthrough. Can I know from you guys what is preventing you? I would like if someone can talk, right? Who would like to talk? Can I hear from someone? What's okay? We have
Hi,
Manisha.
this is Rasangi. Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, so like I've always been in marketing and PR, you know me.
Yes,
It was interesting to like getting into your workshop today. So
yes.
in my whole life, there was one thing that always I was not confident of.
Okay,
It's about my speaking ability.
right.
I was always not confident in speaking. I've been always put off in school, bullied the way I used to speak, and sometimes like some of my colleagues would put me down. Even in my family, I should admit, like from my family also, I was always told like don't talk, because when you talk, people are like watching the way that you're talking, because I used to have a really soft voice. I don't know if I still have it. I don't care anymore. So I'm just being honest here.
Yeah.
And like until very recently, this kind of gave me a lot of barriers to like come forward. So it was like, to be honest, like last month. So I'm like now working as an IELTS coach.
Mhm.
So then, when my students were like starting to performing better, I was being approached by certain media parties, because now these days in Sri Lanka, like IELTS is like the topic for the migration purposes and all. So I was not confident to like come out. I was not confident at all to like do any interviews and speak in media like on this topic area. And
Mhm.
it was like one of my friends who actually helped me to like break through that gap,
Okay.
because he was like, no, Rasangi, you have to come out, you have to do this interview, otherwise it's like forever going to be like a barrier in your life to like go forward. So then finally, after 2 months of like thinking about it and being so nervous, I think I did that interview, like, and I was shocked by seeing like myself on YouTube doing that small clip of interview, and that kind of like finally broke my breakthrough.
Guys, let's
And
give a big round of applause to Rasangi. I mean, small things, but
I've
they
been
really
watching you. I
will
mean,
be
I've been
very
watching all
impactful.
your coaching sessions and everything, because I know I've been working with you like 7 years ago, like
Yes,
probably.
yes, yes.
And you were like always one of my inspirational bosses that I had, although like I was not directly reporting under you.
Thank you,
But
Rasangi. Thank you.
yeah, that was like something I wanted to share, because now I don't have that. I really don't care like what people think about me or say. I've like become that person like who could break through from that, and now I don't have any barriers to go forward.
Superb, superb, great. So once again, congratulations, Rasangi, and thank you very much for putting yourself out there. So amazing, right? So if Rasangi can do it, everyone can. You just need to find what exactly you want to break through. Put yourself there. We have Ravin raising his hand. Ravin, would you like to share what's preventing you, what's holding you back from finding that breakthrough, and what is that breakthrough you want to find?
Okay, just to tell you a little bit about myself, I've worked at Dialogue. So I was actually the co-founder of the Popre.com, the sports website. I sold it to Dialogue, and I was boozing with a lot of confidence when I went there. And then slowly, the confidence levels came down. And I started my own business again in 2019. I left Dialogue and started on my own. Then came the pandemic, and everything went very low. So my main target was not to get the virus, which I was successful. But then mentally and physically, I was going down in life. Now, for example, basically, I put for fun and leisure, I put 10,
Okay.
because those were the two best years that I've had. And though that was happening, my business and my career and my money was suffering. I had a lot of savings, so based on those, I was going on. And I was, as you said, in a comfort zone. So I've moved out of that comfort zone from September, and I've done a lot of good things in the past 5 months. And the reason that I got late also, I went to the temple and came, because otherwise, if I put it in the evening, it doesn't happen. So what I would like to share is that sometimes you will be physically and mentally down, and you will go to doctors and all that. That doesn't help. The medicine also doesn't help. It's you. It's yourself.
Yes.
You have to do a self-reflection about yourself and see where you want to grow. And right now, I'm thinking really big. And also the fact that you got to be very positive in life, because if you become negative, things don't move forward. I was looking to migrate for the past 2 years, and then I thought, no, I can't start again. I will remain in the country, and believe me or not, a lot of opportunities opened up. So just believe in yourself and move on. And I had a very good training session from Sensei to find out the purpose of my life. Also, I joined Toastmasters again, and then I joined a business network called BNI. So all these enable me to find my purpose and move on. So what I would say is that in life it's tough, and the scale is awesome scale. I have gone through the scale, and I know what exactly to do. I'm looking at like retiring. I was looking at retiring at 40, which I did from the corporate level, and at 60, I want to be fully a spiritual person. So that's my goal and my growth. And thank you for organizing this training, because most of the trainings are not free, and it's a great blessing that what you're doing. And gratitude takes off 25% of your negativity. So thank you again, and thank you to allow me to share this. And sorry if I took a little bit of time.
No worries. Guys, let's give a big round of applause to Ravin. Thank you very much for putting yourself out there and sharing with everyone. We have Manisha. Would you like to share us what's preventing you from finding that breakthrough? That's where we are.
Okay, first I have to start myself with, I'm a person who never gives up. That's my strength. And I always had that within me. And a little bit about my past is, even though I had so much depression in my life because of so many childhood traumas I had. So I think little by little, you know, with my strength, I thought of getting over that trauma. That traumas prevent me from getting the job I desired, the life I wanted, the family I wanted. I was clouded, basically literally clouded for what I need to do. Because I know I'm truly amazing, have so many gifts, talents, passions, everything. But I was very stuck in my career. To be honest, I kept on changing careers. I didn't know what to select from where I started. Then I did teaching and this and that, and again went back to my passions, then talent. But no, but a huge change happened in my life, so that I needed to realize, no, I have to do something for myself, not for others, actually, for myself. I have to find my self-love, which I was not brought up in a way to find my self-love, because I was battling so much with my childhood, my father, my mother, and everything. So what happened to me was, it took like so many years of to believe in myself and come up to this stage, which I am now. Just in 2 months, I got myself into a career, my job, and I'm amazed of myself. With all that depression on everything, I did my job. I was not afraid anymore. I came up in life. I'm raising my son. I'm doing amazing right now, I have to tell you. But I have been really stuck. But, and also, I was not a person who talked like this. And people who know me knows, but someone in my life, you know, gave me some inspiration to come out, talk. Now look at me, I'm talking.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yeah, you know, so scared to put up myself. So I think from where I was to here, now I am an executive level secretariat and HR, which holding a huge position. But still, I've started very small. But I'm amazed for where I am right now, the significant that I always desired to get this job, because and I'm happy and I'm giving it all for that. And I never give up on my studies. Even from my childhood, my parents never told me, oh, go there, study, nothing I got from my parents, but everything was a self-learning, self-discovery. So I think, you know, I'm also a counselor. So what I can give you all as well is, even though so many bad things happen in life, you don't stop there. You need to fulfill what you were meant to do in this life. So I do have a little bit of worry about future. So I do have a little anxiety problems.
And we are going to talk about all of that as we go ahead. And, you know,
Exactly.
the 7 steps is going to cover all that, right? So,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give a big round of applause to Manisha. It's not easy to come in front of a crowd and, you know, be vulnerable and share.
Yeah.
But
I was
thank
never
you
a
very
person
much.
like this, but now I am not afraid anymore.
Excellent.
Thank you,
Thank you
LIEN.
very much, Manisha. So we are going to move ahead with where we were. So what's preventing you. Now, when you hear all those three stories, right, from all those three people, now I noticed a pattern, right? I noticed a pattern of what's preventing you. Now, they said about their breakthroughs, they talked about how they have overcome themselves and achieved something, right? So they have figured out what's preventing them. And one of the key things that I noticed in all stories is it's your mindset at the end of the day, right? It's you that you need to, that is preventing you from finding your breakthroughs. Why? Because your mindset uh, is creating this story that is preventing you finding your breakthrough, right? And another thing, when you say mindset, mindset is your inner DNA, right? I call this the inner DNA. So just think of this body as your hardware, your brain as a supercomputer, which is running an operating system from the day that you were born, right? And that operating system have coding, right? And it has these elements called baselines, encodes, which are your negative codes, your limiting beliefs, and your subconscious programming. This inner DNA, these four elements, is completely controlling your life because that is your mindset. If you have a positive mindset, you would be achieving things, you would be looking at things positively. If you have a negative mindset, you would be very complacent, procrastinating, not believing in yourself. So if you look at those people who are finding breakthrough after breakthrough after breakthrough and successful, the only key thing is that they have a mindset that helps them really achieve it, right? Now, mindset is just one aspect. And if I start talking about mindset, baselines, and all that, it's going to take a lifetime because it's a big subject, right? But, in terms of what has what is preventing understanding these baselines, understanding these negative codes, and how impactful it can be to break through, I want to invite someone on stage to talk for 2-3 minutes because I want someone to give you personal experience. We have Oshadi with us. Now, Oshad is a person who has been going through this learning curve, understanding, about herself, creating realizations. Oshad, if you are here, we would like to hear from you about your
Sure.
journey, right? About your journey of, uh, you know, coming into realization, figuring things out, and how it has helped you, right? So, if you can share a little bit about,
Sure.
your mindset journey.
Sure. So hi guys, my name is Oshadi Gunsegra. I'm in the management of a company, and as a trainee for the coaching program, my journey has been amazing so far because I'm still in training. To be quite honest, some of the breakthroughs I have received came in the very smallest things. For example, like identifying my personality, right? So we think we know about ourselves, like obviously we are the best people who would know best about ourselves, but there are things that makes some of us more likely alike. For example, it's in the things you do. Like, for example, I am a perfectionist. I'm very meticulous. I plan, I organize, and sometimes, and that's because I'm a reformer, right? It's a thing for the reformers. So when I overanalyze things, then I tell myself, okay, the reformer is in full force. I need to sedate it. Being a reformer doesn't give me the luxury of overdoing things. So that's one of the realizations I've had. And then also, when you look at the wheel of life, like what LIEN just did, that where you score yourself, right? So when you have it in front of you, and you have scored different areas of your life differently, right? So that gives you, like, when you have it in front of you, it makes you shake up a little bit, and realize what has been missing in your life, and why it has been that way. What should we do to fix it? So once you get to baselines, you understand why they have been missing, right? So these are a fraction of the experiences and the breakthroughs I've had. And for me personally, the amount of time I have put in, the amount of money I have put in for becoming a coach, trying to identify myself, to get the realization that I want about myself, has been truly amazing. So my suggestion is, after this program, don't stop here. Walk with LIEN. He will take you to places where you probably wouldn't even realize that you have the potential for. So keep walking. Don't stop. My journey up until now has been quite long, but I have finally started enjoying the rest of my journey. So choose wisely, and I hope you choose LIEN to walk through with you.
Thanks, Oshadi. Thank you very much for sharing your journey. And whoever who focuses on themselves, finding your true self, and finding these things like the inner DNA, your mindset, and focusing on making yourself come out of that place where you feel like you're stuck. Obviously, you're going to get results, right? Because if you look at your friends, think of the closest. Uh, 10 people or the 20 people that you closely associate, right? Now, are they people who have that kind of mindset? Are they people who invest in things like that? Probably not, right? So what happens is, if you are in an environment that does not support it, but you make sure you put yourself out there and do something for it, you invest your time, effort, energy, money into figuring yourself out, obviously you're going to find breakthroughs in comparison with other people, right? So that's the important thing. So talking about negative codes, right, N codes, I mean, out of all these four areas, I just want to pick one area. I want to talk about N codes, right? Encodes are the negative codes that are running in your head, things that you have picked up from your childhood, listening to your parents, listening to your siblings, listening to your relatives, your cartoons, your movies, your songs, uh, teachers, friends. Our external environment feeds us with ideas, right? And we build certain codings that really keep us down, right? And if you ask yourself, I'm sure you would figure out, if you go through a certain exercise that we do at our coaching programs, you have so much of negative codes that are running in your head, right? May it be financial, may it be relationships, may it be career, whatever it is, right? For an example, something as small as, you need money to make more money, right? That's a belief that you have. But is that a true belief? Or you would say you have to work hard to earn money. Is that true? There are so many people who are not working as hard and making billions, right? Just sitting, sometimes sleeping, they are making money. Or you can have a belief system saying you have to, make other people happy if you want to rank up in your career. Is that true? Right? But even if that is not 100% true, you have chosen to believe those things and create those codes, which we call encodes or negative codes, in your head because of your experiences. And once those negative codes goes into your subconscious, your brain works overtime to look for evidence and believe them. The picture here is a picture of me actually burning my top 6 negative codes. And I was very surprised when I figured them out. 3 out of 6 negative codes were about my finances, my money mindset, my money blueprint. And that was absolutely true, because that was a clear reflection of my bank balance at that time. Right? It was very bad, I'm telling you. But figuring them out, creating clarity, and burning them symbolically and changing them into empowering codes has really pushed me from a place that I felt stuck financially, and now things are like really becoming better, right? And that's the power. So it doesn't have to be finances, it could be relationships, it could be interpersonal skills, it could be anything, right? So let's do a small activity once again, because these activities are the ones that are going to give you a lot of value. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to do all the activities or do it in depth, but I'm just trying to touch wherever possible so it creates an impact with you, right? So this is about defining moments that you have had in your life, right? So defining moments are incidents, specific incidents that happened in your life which has created an impact, positive or negative. We are looking at negative impacts here, which has created a story in your head, a definition in your head, and you have created a negative code that you have been carrying along for the rest of your life. I'll give you an example, right? For an example, let's say you have a sibling, you have a sister, right? And one day in front of the relatives, your sister shouts at you. Maybe it was your mistake, you have made a blunder, but she screams at you and shouts at you. Now that was an isolated incident, but how you choose to see the incident is as, oh my God, my sister is a horrible monster. She always insults me in front of my relatives. Now that's the code that you create. Is it true? No. But how you felt it at that time, the embarrassment, you create a code saying, she always insults me in front of my relatives. Now, the moment that code goes into your head and gets settled, your brain is going to find enough and more evidence to justify it thereafter. And every time say, see, I told you that she's a monster, right? She's always like that. She always tries to insult you, embarrass you in front of relatives. And you're going to strengthen that code until it becomes such a big monster, and that's going to, affect your relationship very badly. Right? It also could be a scenario like, let's say you hear your parents saying money doesn't grow on trees. Obviously money doesn't grow on trees, but then again, that feeds the scarcity into your head from childhood so much. You learn to become, even as an adult, even let's say if you are doing good and having enough money and financial abundance, you're always going to say money doesn't grow on trees, and you're going to be stingy. You're not going to spend where you have to spend. You're going to be extra cautious, live in a scarcity mindset, because you believe money does not grow on trees, right? So likewise, pick a defining moment. Think in your life, an impactful situation, maybe an argument, maybe something in your childhood, maybe something in a job, something that has happened which has created a defining moment, an impactful moment, right? And think about this. Think about that scenario, right? It could be anything, some incident that has created a impact, a big impact, a negative impact. So ask yourself, what exactly happened, right? What did you tell yourself? How old were you, right? So remind yourself of the situation, of exactly what happened. If you want, close your eyes and think of this, and ask yourself, what belief system was created that day? What kind of a belief that was created that day that does not serve you? Not an empowering one, but a disempowering one, right? And what kind of a negative code have you been carrying from that day up until now? And because of that negative code, what kind of consequences do you have? Right? What kind of a consequence have you been having because you are carrying that negative code? Because that negative code could be based on one incident targeting at one person, but the impact could be for the rest of your life. Right? So until you think about your situation, I'm going to give you another example which will help you think. This happens a lot in relationships, right? You put your best self forward, but then again, breakup happens. Or let's say the girlfriend cheats on you, the boyfriend cheats on you, right? And the moment that happens, what happens to your belief system? Everything that you have trusted all this time have crumbled down, and you start telling yourself, you cannot trust people, right? Is it true for everyone? No. But as long as you say you cannot trust people, even if you find the best partner next time, you're going to look at that person also and say you cannot trust people, right? Now, what is the consequence that will happen? Because you choose to carry that code, you're not going to have the full potential of any relationship, because you're going to look at everyone in a very distrustful manner, right? Even if you find the best partner, you're going to distrust them so much and ask them questions that might piss them off and ruin the relationship also. Now, can you see how negative codes can impact? So think and write one defining moment which has created that type of a impactful negative impact, and has created a negative code that you have been carrying out for the last so many years, right? So in our coaching, we do this very extensively. We help you find these. This is just one activity, a warm-up activity, but we help you find your top 6 negative codes from a pool of 300 negative encodes, right? And we get you to convert it into empowering codes. And like you see in the picture, we do a ritual where we burn and destroy our negative codes. As symbolic as it might look like, when I did that, I was laughing to myself because burning a paper is not going to do anything, right? But trust me, the impact that you find is pretty amazing, right? So as you guys are right in that, can I have one person, someone who has not spoken so far, preferably, to share what they discovered, in terms of doing this negative code activity? What kind of a defining moment that you thought of, and what kind of a code have you been carrying around, right? Can I see someone putting their hand up to share? Because like I told you, when you share, you increase the amount of retention that you have as well, because you are participating right now, right? It's not just to come in front of a crowd and share. You're doing it actually for yourself, right? If you wanted to sit through a 3-hour coaching program, you would be paying closely to about 75,000 to $100,000, right? So why not make the most out of the situation, and take that chance when you can come in front, talk, because when you talk, you interact, you might get an opportunity to create a breakthrough as well, right? So who has a story to share? If not, we will be moving ahead. I can't see everyone at the same time, so if you can put your hand up. Anyone? Going once? Going twice?
Inusha.
Okay, Denusha, please unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry. You got muted again, Denusha. You have to unmute yourself. Sorry. Denusha, you're on mute. You're still on mute. Let me request you to unmute.
I-
Got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Renusha. Actually, Lian, I'm there in your blueprint
Yes.
success plan. So actually, last week, the session that we had, you told me to burn my encodes. I have burned all my encodes. And
Excellent.
now, to be frank, I can't remember any of my encodes.
Okay,
So
good.
as I now I don't have any encodes, all my e-codes only there, and then I'm by heart in my e-codes now. I can remember well. So there's no encodes at all in my life.
Superb. So you feel the impact of doing that exercise, finding your negative codes, then burning them, converting them into empowering codes, and reminding yourself on a daily basis, this is what your new coding is for a more successful, happy life. You can feel that impact, is it?
Yeah, very well. Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And that's the power, ladies and gentlemen, because when you actually do this exercise, right, when you realize what your negative codes are, and when you get an opportunity to change it, it's like getting an eraser where you can erase certain parts of your life and rewrite it from the beginning. It's amazing, right? So the impact that you could be having can be quite profound as well. Super. So let's move on to the next section. So we were talking about figuring out what's preventing you, right? Number one is your mindset. Mindset has a lot of areas. And number two is state. State is very important. Now, what is state? Now, you are either right now in a good state or a bad state, right? Let's say, close your eyes for a moment and ask yourself, what kind of a state am I in? Right? Am I feeling good about myself? Am I feeling average? Am I not feeling great? What are you feeling right now? What kind of a state are you in? Now, this state defines your life. In my entire coaching, especially in the Success Blueprint program, if I bring everything down into one summary, it's how you change your state. Now, you are either in a very good state, a good state, an average state, below average state, or a destructive state. Most of the time, when people say, I think I'm in a good state, they're actually in an average state, right? Now, those who did your personality test, take that report out and read your 5 states. And if you feel like you are in an average state or a below average state or a destructive state, read and see how you think, feel, and act when you are in those states. And ask yourself, if this is how I think, feel, and act in life, can I actually find happiness? Can I actually find success? Can I actually find a breakthrough? The answer is no, because your state defines how you react to life. I'll give you an example. Think of, okay, I love sci-fi movies, I love fantasy movies, right? So I'm going to bring in a fantasy movie example. Think of parallel worlds, right? So think there are 5 parallel worlds where you exist. Now, for an example, if I take Ravin as an example, Ravin exists in all 5 worlds, same version, right? And similar things happen. Why? Because they are parallel worlds. But there's one thing different. Ravin in each world is in a different state, right? Ravin in world 1 is in a very good state, like as if he has just fallen in love, dazzling, buzzing, energetic, enigmatic state. Second world, he's in a good state. Third world, he's in an average state. Fourth world, he's in a below average state. Things are not so great. He's feeling horrible about himself. In the last world, he's in a destructive state, as if like he has just gone through a breakup, lost a job, business partner has betrayed him, and he feels like killing someone, that kind of a mood, right? So everything else is the same. Everything that happens is the same except for his state in these 5 parallel worlds. And we'll take to an example, the best state, with the very good state and the destructive state, right? So Ravin is now walking on the road, right? In scenario number 1, he has just like fallen in love. He's like buzzing with positive energy. He's feeling amazing. Second scenario, he's like really in a bad place, a dark place, depressed, sad, angry, frustrated. He feels like just punching someone, right? It's that bad. So as he's walking on this road, right, walks towards him a guy who's on a phone. He doesn't see him. Why? Because he's on a call, and he bumps onto Ravin and just passes away, right? This happens sometimes, right? In roads where there are a lot of people, you just pass by each other and you bump into each other accidentally, right? So in the first world, Ravin, if you don't mind, I will bring you onto the mic, right? In the first world, you are almost like fallen in love, you are buzzing with positive energy, and this guy bumps onto you. How would you react?
Normally, I'm a patient guy. I don't lose it. What you exactly told about me is correct. So there are different worlds that I exist in. At that one, if I'm not tensed, right now also I'm tensed. I have a very long day today.
Right? You're in the best state.
Yeah.
You are like in the
Best state. So what will happen is I will greet him and I will maybe advise him not to be on the phone and look on the road, because he's lucky that he knocked me, not a lamppost. And be like that. But sorry?
The second scenario, think you are in
the second scenario would be like scolding him, saying a typical Sri Lankan on the phone, not on the mind of the road and all that. And that too in a very gentle way, because
but if
I was a person.
State, how would you do it?
That's what I said. Destructive state, I would scold him and say typical Sri Lankan, and then
let's say you scold him, right? And he
scolds you back.
He scolds you back, right?
Yeah.
And then you threaten him, and he threats you back, and he says something. You don't want to really, stoop down your ego because you are in a bad place as well, and you take him by the collar, and it turns into a brawl, and you guys are now fighting on the road. Just imagine that scenario, right?
Yeah.
So can you see, when your state changes, how you respond to life changes?
And the reactions, what comes for also changes.
Exactly. And the consequences that comes based on those reactions also changes, right?
Correct.
Super. So thank you very much. Guys, give a big round of applause to Ravin for putting himself out there and participating. Okay. So like I said, in life, based on your state, how you think, feel, and act, and how you respond to life changes, right? And based on how you respond, the results or the consequences you get changes. So if you are in a good state, you will obviously think, feel, and act in a very good way. and the results that you would get is also good. Now, if that's the case, there's no problem in life, right? Even if you come across a problem, your mind would be more creative, more resourceful, and you would be able to find your way through rather than, sulking in your sorrows and just telling, oh, why me, or just breaking into a fight or something like that. Right? Now, here's the thing. Now, in these 5 states, I sincerely hope you guys have taken your personality test and read through your report, read to understand how you react in each one of those states, right? Now, let's take average and good, right? Not any other state. Let's take average and good, and which they are next to each other, right? They are just bounded by one thin line, separated by one thin line, right? And from average to good is a small jump. Now, when you're in an average state, you think, feel, and act in a very average way, naturally. That's why you are in an average state. So, when you're in an average state, if your output is average, what kind of a result do you get? Put it in the chat box. If you are in an average state, and if you think, feel, and act, which is your output is an average way, what kind of results do you get from life? And if there is anyone who did the test and for any technical reason could not download, get in touch with me after the call. I will be sharing my contact numbers as well. I should be able to send you the personality test from the backend, right? So below average results, below par average results, below average results. Okay, so here's the thing. Although you are in an average state, when you think, feel, and act in an average way, you don't get average results. You actually get below average or destructive results. Why? Because when you say you are in an average state, you are never in the top 5% of the average state. You are usually statistically in the below half of that average state. So if you are in the below half of that average state, the results that you get are even worse, right? So if you think you are in an average state and your life doesn't seem to be going the way you want, understand that is why. Now, on the contrary, if you are in a good state, not even very good state, if you are in a good state, you think, feel, and act in a good way, right? Your output is good. What kind of results do you get? Can I see it in the chat box, right? What kind of results do you get if you are in a good state and you think, feel, and act in a good way? What kind of results do you get? Fazmina says average results. Anyone else? Any other guesses? Lakshika says very good results. Vikum says average results. Good results, right? So now when you're in an average state, you don't get average results, you get below average or destructive results, right? But when you are in the good state, when your output is good, your results are actually very good. It works the other way around. So just imagine this. I'm just trying to show it graphically, right? Your average and your good state is just next to each other. The jump is very minute, right? Just separated by one thin line, but the results are below average and very good. So this small jump from average to good can get you results from where you are currently right now here to here. So the results, the change in results that you get is exponentially big when you change your state, right? This is where the golden nugget in my coaching. If there's one thing that I teach everyone is how to change your state. Because if you learn to change your state, you change your life. There's a saying, the quality of your state defines the quality of your life. If you are not having the quality of your life you want, having problems, feeling stuck, struggling to find breakthroughs, that is because you are not doing so great in those states. Now you scored yourself in that previous exercise in different categories of life, right? Now go to that and look at the categories where you have scored the least, right? The ones, the twos, the threes. Think, when you are thinking about those categories of your life, how is your state like? Think and see. Obviously, it'll be average, below average, or sometimes even destructive, right? So if you're stuck in a negative state, how can you find your breakthroughs, right? Now, this is what I meant by this particular slide, right? So number two, what's preventing you from achieving your breakthroughs is your state. And if there's one thing that you should invest all the money and the time in the world and learn, is to how to change your state. Number 3 is the story. What story do you say? Tell yourself. Because we all have a story. There is this definition that we give ourselves, a story that we tell ourselves, right? I'm a person like this. This is what I do. This is how things are. You know, we generalize ourselves and create a story. Now, this story prevents you from finding your breakthroughs, because sometimes you tell yourself, I procrastinate. I'm a very lazy guy. I'm not very active. Is it true? Think of all the stories that you tell about yourself. I'm not relationship material, right? Right? Uh, I never get opportunities, right? Money doesn't stay in my account, right? Or, every time I earn something, I have to spend everything to earn again. That's how things are, right? I don't have career luck. I don't attract good people. I only attract toxic people. Now, these are stories that we tell, right? Maybe because of one incident that happened, but we have generalized it and created a story. How many of you have stories like that? I don't want to hear the stories, but put in the chat box, me, M-E, if you have a story like that which is not serving you a purpose. If you have been telling yourself saying, I'm like this, I'm like this. If you have a story, just tell me so everyone can understand it's not only them. All of us do this mistake, right? You can see the amount of me's that are coming out, right? How much of stories have we been telling ourselves? Right? So if you are telling a story, it's going to prevent you from having a breakthrough. Why? Because the story is a sob story where you are telling, I can't do this. This is why I can't do it, right? And when you change your story, when you change your state, when you change your mindset, it completely changes you, and that breakthrough automatically comes. Now, what we try to do is we actually try to make a breakthrough, but in reality, you don't actually have to make the breakthrough. You have to sort out these areas so the breakthrough happens. And like very well Ravin said, that's the next point, people. What's preventing you from having your breakthrough is the people in your life. It's sad to see sometimes when we talk in these coaching forums. Yesterday, there was this Indian gentleman who was sharing how his wife and his family is so unsupportive and toxic, which is even not letting him participate in a program like this and spend 3-4 hours for his personal growth. Just imagine being in a family circle like that. How screwed up it is, right? So you are trying to do something good, and the closest people to you are pulling you down. It could be your friends, it could be your it could be the colleagues or the bosses or the type of people that are in work, or your parents or your spouse or your siblings. So when you are surrounded by the wrong people, you can't find breakthroughs. That's why when you come into coaching, there's something called the mastermind, right? Once you pass a certain amount of learning, I put you into a group called a mastermind, where you start networking with people, like-minded people who want to think positively and grow, learn from each other, and you become friends with them. You create a network, right? I already know some people who are in the audience right now have identified certain people have as positive people, and you are already connecting, right? So likewise, when you get that opportunity to connect with people, right, you can find those breakthroughs. At one point in my life, I was a 9 to 5 employee, right? I was a general manager in a company getting a good salary, but my life was horrible, right? I was stressed out. I had tension. I was unhealthy. I mean, I had all the bad things in my life, right? I wanted to become an entrepreneur. For 10 years, I've been trying to become an entrepreneur. I couldn't, right? And I ended up representing the company that I was in a business forum called BNI. Ravin mentioned it, right? So first year I represented that company in BNI, and the biggest gift that I got was I got to associate 50 other business owners who actually was representing their own business. Me and another guy was the only employees who were representing their businesses. In that 1 year, I learned so much from them than that I've learned over 2 decades about business. I learned how they talk about business, how they take risks, what kind of decision making they do. They started mentoring me. My best friend in that forum is a guy who's old enough to become my father, right? He's 65. His name is Manjula. He calls me Macha. But he advises me, mentors me, and I would have never found mentors like that even if I had the money to pay, if it wasn't for a forum like that. Now that I became a part of that community and started surrounding myself with entrepreneurs, guess what happened? Within 1 year, I resigned from that job and I started my own company. And within the next 1.5 to 2 years, I started my second business. And I'm not going to stop there. Why? Because I have all the inspiration and the people to motivate me. So people can be a make or break aspect in your formula, which is helping you to find your breakthroughs or taking you away from the breakthroughs. And finally, the knowledge. When you say knowledge, the tools, the strategies, the formulas, this is the actual nuts and bolts. But pointless learning it, going for a training. That's why I don't believe too much in training. I'm not saying it's bad, but training gives you the tools. But what you need is to implement those tools, the mindset, the state, the story, the people, that side, right? So, but also what could be preventing you is you might be having all that, but you don't have the right tools, the strategies, and the formulas. Now, in Success Blueprint, I talk about a whole host of 5 formulas that can change your life. One of them is a decision making formula. Now, I want to ask you something, right? Would you agree if I say I want you to go to the chat box and type this? Do you agree that if I say we are the decisions that we have made in the past? Right? Do you agree if I say we are the decisions that we have made in the past? Right? So all of you guys agree, right? Which means if you travel back in time, just imagine getting a time machine, traveling back in time, changing one key decision and come on to this point, how different life would be. Right? So tell me, if you actually get a time machine, what is that one thing that you would go back in time and change? I'm sure some of you would be very shy to put that, but if you want, right, tell in the chat box, what would you change? Right? What decision would you go back in time and change your life for good? We all have something like that we really want to change, right? Now, this is what I'm trying to say. If decision making is so important, does the school system teach you how to take decisions? Does your parents teach you how to take decisions? Have you heard about any decision making formula given in a structured, typical academic platform teaching us, enriching us, saying, Puta or Dua, this is how you make decisions, make decisions. Our parents always say, make good decisions, make the right decision, but no one tell us how to make a good decision, right? So the simple thing like finding, and about the decisions you guys want to take, I'm getting private messages, so I understand you guys don't want to change it, share it publicly, but I appreciate it, right? And there are a lot of insights, and for all of you, I'm saying you are not alone, because each and every one has something that they want to go back and change, right? So decision making being so important, when you don't have a model, a formula to make decisions, it's like shooting in the dark. Just imagine you are given a nice gun, you are given a bullseye target, but you are blindfolded and you are asked to shoot. Or if you are an archery type of a guy, you are given a bow and arrow, you are blindfolded and you are supposed to shoot, right? How are you going to do it? Shooting in the dark is never going to work. You're going to shoot so much, one or two might graze the target or might hit the target, but what kind of a percentage of success are you going to have? That is life. Ask yourself, isn't that what I have been doing all this time? Now, when it comes to the Success Blueprint program, I actually give a decision making formula, a formula which guarantees you better success rate, because you are going to ask all the questions and look at variables to make a decision, right? When you start off, it's a little bit of work because you're not used to, using a format to make decisions, but more you do it, it becomes an innate part of you, so you start making better decisions. Don't you like to learn something like a decision making formula? Tell in the chat box, would you do you think learning a decision making formula can really change your life profoundly, right? Can I see in the chat box? Amazing. Yes, right? Okay. Decision making formula is just one thing. Now that I've said it, it's not in the slides. I want to share something else as well. I share something called the success formula. Now, this is a remarkable piece. Decision making formula is a formula that I give to you, right? But success formula is a formula that is crafted personally for you. Just imagine what happens in the success formulas. We look at all the things that you have done which you have succeeded in. Could be projects, could be certain decisions you have taken, could be life circumstances, whatever it is, things that you have succeeded in, and we map them out in a special chart that I have created, which has about 8 columns, which helps you to find patterns and common variables in each instance where you have succeeded in something. So once you plot that, you start seeing a pattern. Hey, every time I did something like this, and this, I have succeeded. Every time I did something like this, and this, again, I have succeeded. And when you analyze about 5 to 10 things that you have succeeded in, and you start realizing, hey, there's a common pattern, right? So I take that pattern and create a formula and give it to you, saying this is your success formula. And similarly, we analyze the failures as well. So you find your failure formula so you can stay away. But like I said, energy goes where focus goes, right? So I don't focus on the failure formula, but you get the success formula. Next time you want to start a business, you want to ask a girl out, you want to do anything in life, right? Doesn't have to be business or career related only. Do something about getting your next career move or whatever, right? You take your success formula, you look at the trend that you have created, the pattern you have created, you look at through those variables and ask yourself, what do I have to do? And your answer is there. And the amazing thing is, every time you apply your success formula, you succeed. And I'm a true testament for that, because when I wanted to become a coach, I've been trying so many years in so many ways, but when I discovered my success formula, within a span of couple of weeks, I got everything in place and jumped a hurdle which I could not jump for the longest time, right? And that breakthrough happened because I created that success formula. Now tell me in the chat box once again, I know I'm getting you to repeat, but this interaction helps you to register this, right? Getting your own success formula, can it be profoundly impactful for your life to find your breakthroughs and to have a more successful and a happy life? I'm getting a lot of yeses. A lot of you are still sending me as private messages. No problem. I'm just letting you know. So I'm getting a lot of yeses, right? So when you find your decision making formula, your success formula, life can really change. As we go ahead, I will show you another slide where all these slides, all these tools are shown, right? So you can understand what kind of tools you're talking about. But for the moment, I want to move on to the next section, which is discovering your compelling reason, right? We've passed 2 hours so far right now, right? Let me know if you are enjoying what you are learning. Let me know if you think what you have learned so far is something worthwhile, the time that you have been spending, because we have 2 more hours to go and a lot more to cover, right? And the last few parts are going to be really exciting as well. And like I mentioned, for those who out there who really want to make a change in life, I'm going to give you something that you can't refuse, too good to refuse, if you really want to take action. For those who are going to wait till the end of this program, right? Okay, so what is your compelling reason? Discovering your compelling reason. Now, when you figure out what you want in terms of clarity and what is preventing you, why people can't still break through is because you don't have a compelling reason. Your life is not depending on it, or you don't have something that really pushes you, right? And you don't ask this question like, what happens if I don't, right? And you don't make it a must. It shouldn't be a should, it should be a must. It has to be a must. I must do it. If I don't do it, this is what's going to happen to me, right? It needs to be something that really moves you, right? So can you look at the breakthrough that you wanted to achieve, which you wrote? Can you look at all the reasons that you told that you can't achieve it, what's preventing you, right? And now write down a compelling reason, compelling enough to make your breakthrough. A compelling reason that even if your brain says, no, I can't, I'm too lazy, I'm too tired, the reason so much compelling that will push you to make that breakthrough, right? Like your life depends on it. Can you find that compelling reason? Can you find that compelling reason? And if you found your compelling reason, just put on the chat box and say found. If you want to share your compelling reason, you are free to share. But if it's something personal, you don't have to share. So like I said, I had a compelling reason to find my financial success because I had days where we didn't have food to eat. And as a 14-year-old, I told myself, I will never let that happen again. That's a compelling reason for me. That's my fuel. That's my fire. But there's a bigger compelling reason that drives me in my life. Right? So sweet. Rasangi says, I'm compelled because of my 2 kids. I have no option. Right? You have to take care of them and they become your life, right? Lakshika says she found her compelling reason. So Fasmina says, I need funds to continue my studies. I have started. So that is something that you want. But what is that compelling reason? Why do you need to do it? So it's not about what do you need to do. You need to ask, why do I need to do that? And why do I need to do that? Go deep down, find a reason big enough to say, I have to do it because of this reason. So when you find that reason, you will not stop, right? So Hindu says, compelled because of the next step in life I'm about to take. Okay. You would be knowing what it is, right? Also because we don't know what life would be in the future. So uncertainty, because of uncertainty, you can try to find a compelling reason. Gihan says, because success in my career. But what is that compelling reason? Guys, just ask whatever you wrote it down. Is it good enough to motivate you when you are sick and tired and don't feel like doing anything? Is it compelling enough to make you take risks and take daring actions? I found my compelling reason, right? I was not always successful, but all the screw ups that has happened in life has really helped me to become a better version, right? And when I did this exercise, I realized, I'll show you my compelling reason. This is my compelling reason, right? What drives me is the love for my son. And when I think about it, even in the worst day possible, it gives me enough drive, enough motivation, enough courage to get out of bed even if I'm dying. In fact, I actually wanted to create a nice tattoo, right, which says, I'm doing it for my son in a way where no one else can read it. It's not words, but maybe letters, and put it on my body somewhere where I can see, right? That's my compelling reason. And for me, that's good enough to kick me in the butt even on the lowest day possible. So do you have a compelling reason like that? It doesn't have to be a person. It could be a self-driver, self-motivation. It could be anything. It could be a dream for that matter. But is it compelling enough? Now that you need to ask, right? So I hope for your sake, you have really found your compelling reason. But when you find this compelling reason, everything changes, because you become a person who's not ready to take no for an answer, right? You are like, you get all the courage in the world to plow through, right? Number 4 is your tools and strategies. So now we've covered number 1, which was clarity, creating clarity. Number 2, which was figuring out what's preventing you. Number 3, which is discovering your compelling reason. And now we come to number 4, which is your tools and strategies. So your tools and strategies are a collection of a lot of things. Your state, right? Your tools to change your state rather, right? Your inner DNA, right? Understanding how to reprogram your inner DNA, your coding system, right? The tools that you're going to use in doing that, the strategies that you're going to bring in, the formulas, the execution, and most importantly, taking action. Now, this is the fourth element that you need to discover your breakthrough. So depending on what your breakthrough is, you need to figure out how you can change your state, what tools do you have available, how to change your inner DNA and how to reprogram them, the strategies, the formulas, the executions. So from reading books to going to workshops to learning how to make that breakthrough comes here. But at the end of the day, it's all about taking action, right? If you don't take action, nothing will happen, right? You know, my inspiration, my guru, Tony Robbins, always talks about this, taking massive determined action. And for your breakthrough to happen, you need to start somewhere. And that start comes from taking massive determined action, right? Look at this. This is called the wheel of success. I love this. I love this model, right? Because if you want to be successful and you don't know where to start, you can start looking at this belief success life cycle, right? Now let's look at the blue area, which is says action. So think, now coming to this workshop today, being inspired, figuring out that you really need to do something, you have two choices. Go back into your normal life, continue as it is, or take a stand, take a action and change your life. Now, if you start your transformation by taking action, what will happen? If you take action in anything, right, in life, you start getting results. If you don't take action, you don't get results. Simple as that. So when you take action and get results, what happens? Your belief becomes stronger. You're like, wow, I got results, right? You start believing in yourself. You start believing in the things that you're doing, your mindset, your decisions, right? So when your beliefs improve, what happens? Your potential increases, right? So, and as humans, we have unlimited potential. Why do we say that? Because us, who could have been like, you know, primitive people, we have conquered the moon, we have gone to the space, we have created flight, we have created electricity, we have created these supercomputers. Just imagine the things that we have created as humans. Why? Because we have unlimited potential, right? So when you believe in yourself, your potential increases. And when your potential increases, what happens? You start taking more action, because when your potential grows up, your actions, the type of actions that you can take increases as well. So when your actions becomes better, you start getting even better results. When you start getting even better results, you start believing in yourself even more. And when you believe in yourself even more, your potential increases even more. And when your potential increases even more, you start taking more action. Now, this is why you see successful people start improving so much amazingly, right? So this works in a cycle and it's never ending. So more action you take, more results you get, more beliefs that you build on yourself, which increases more potential, which makes you take more action, and the results keeps on coming. So when you crack this code, you are in an upward trend. If you feel like your life has been like a, you know, a straight line and nothing has changed, just know, moment you take action, you can start activating this cycle. So the question is, what action are you ready to take, right? Are you going to be doing the same things that you've been doing, or are you going to take new action? Let me share another story of me taking action, right? Why I am taking me into the picture all the time is, I believe, you know, I can tell you stories from everywhere in the world, right? But then again, as a coach, my strongest impact is the fact that I have applied what I'm teaching onto myself, right? I could have been a real screw up at this moment in life, right? Financially down, I could have been, motivation wise down, life wise, I could have been down, but I have applied all these things in my life and I've made this superhuman character which is capable of doing superhuman feats. And I can see my future. It's crazy amazing, right? So question is, are you willing to take action? And I'm going to show you a story of me taking action, right? I want you to look at these pictures and try to understand what it is. I'm going to explain in a while. So 2019 September, okay, I'll go even 1 year further. So when I initially got introduced to BNI, one of the most profound connections that I made was to a gentleman by the name of Shuo. He's a Bangladeshi gentleman who's married to a Sri Lankan lady. He is in the business of personal development, and he sends people to events like Tony Robbins Unleash the Power Within, right? Tony Robbins he's like a god, right, in the whole coaching arena, right? He has 70 businesses which are generating $8 billion a year. He feeds more than a million people around the world, right, every year. Every Thanksgiving he feeds more than 1 million people. He has invested in so much charity, from giving water to children in India to saving women who gets trafficked for as sex traffickers and all that. So he spends a ton of money in his welfare, and he has actually created this whole thing called coach for personal development, because before Tony Robbins, a coach was either a carriage or a sports coach, right? Tony was the one who created this term to be used as a coach for personal development, right? And he's the biggest name in the world. So I got introduced to Tony Robbins through my friend Shuo back in 2017 or 2018, and I've been listening to him on YouTube. Amazing human being. He has so much of free content on YouTube, right? And I've been listening to him for 2 years. My life had definitely changed. I really wanted to go and see him. So at this time he says, Lien, his event is coming up in September. Would you like to go? And I said, hell yes. But can I go? No. Why? Because it was too expensive for me. I didn't have the money. Yes, I was a general manager, but I had more expenses than the money that I earned. So I had no savings, right? But I told him I really want to go, right? So when I wanted to make that decision, I didn't ask myself whether I can afford it, but I asked myself, how can I afford it, right? And that's one way to do it. If you really want to change your life, you never should ask, can I afford it? That's one thing that I've learned. Never, 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 never ask, can I afford it? Because whether you want it or not, your brain will say that you can't afford it and find million reasons why you shouldn't. But if something is good for you, rather than asking, can I afford it, you should ask, how can I afford it, right? And like Dilini and Indu says, UPW is a must. You have to participate, right? And if you want to know how to participate, talk to me. I will get you there, right? And now it happens virtually, so you can have that 4-day amazing experience right from your home, staying at your home, connecting through Zoom. So as I was saying, when I wanted to make this decision, I didn't have the money. I asked myself, how can I do it? The only way possible I could think was to apply for a credit card. I did not believe in credit cards. I did not have credit cards back at that time. I was scared of credit cards, but I told myself, if there's one way that this is going to happen, I'm going to do it. And because it was costing me about 300,000 at that time. So I went to the bank because I was a general manager. I could show my credentials and apply. They said they need 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, I got a card. And by the time I came back, the pricing had gone up, because how Tony Robbins works is his pricing keeps on increasing as it comes near to the event, right? And I had to fly to Singapore. And this is the bunch of friends that flew with me. And this picture of Tony is actually when he was standing right in front of me. This is not from the internet, right? I wish if I could have got a selfie, I couldn't. But it was an amazing moment. This giant who's like more than 6 feet tall, right? And when I got the credit card and when I paid for this ticket and the accommodation and everything, I cried. Why? Not because I was happy, because I was, pardon my language, shitless scared. It was 300,000 coming from nowhere, and I knew I could not afford it. Even if I went on installment payments at that point, even if I had to pay 15,000 bucks a month, I did not have that kind of money because my expenses were anyway more than my income. So I was shitless scared. I cried, I teared, but it was an amazing feeling. Right? One of my friends said the same thing, investing into another program yesterday, which I also signed up. I told her, cherish that feeling because that's an amazing feeling of growth, right? So I went for the program. It took me 18 months to pay that debt, but I'm so thankful I did. And it was fully worth every single penny. But I took that action because I wanted to change my life. I didn't want to ask myself whether I could afford it. I asked myself, how can I make it happen? Right? And Dilni also says, paying for my UPW on credit card installments for 2 years and no regrets because it can be life changing. So when you have life changing opportunities, never ask whether you can afford it. Just ask, how can you find a way, right? So I went to this program, first day, started at about 8 o'clock in the morning. It was 2 a.m. and we were still at the training, first day, right? So it's more than 12 hours. There were 25,000 people and we walked on fire. That's what you are seeing there, right? I don't have pictures of me walking on fire because I was walking on fire and everyone was so hyped up. No one had their phones in their hand, right? But I walked on hot fire and that was a life-changing experience. That was a truly life-changing experience because that helped me understand that nothing is impossible, that I can actually do whatever I want. And I'm telling you, I told you, there was one point in life where I was suicidal. When I was suicidal, what really went through my mind was, if I can walk on fire, I can overcome this. And I just think to myself, had I not gone for UPW, what that moment would have been. Because as fast as that giving up thought came into my mind, it also came to my mind saying, if I could walk on fire, because it was not easy to get there and just walk on fire, right? If I could walk on fire, why can't I overcome this? So things like this, where you really take action and change your life, really matters. And that's why I told you, for your tools and strategies, the biggest part is taking action, and the wheel of success, where action is where it begins. And if you really want to make a change in your life, you have to take action, right? Let's go into number 5. Number 5 is systems. Now, we discussed about creating clarity, number 1, figuring out what's preventing you, number 2, now you have a lot of clarity in terms of where you are right now and what you want to achieve, and figuring out what's preventing you, and then you figure out your compelling reason and you feel driven to take action, and that's where your tools and strategies come into play, and that's where you start taking action, right? But imagine you trying to do it on your own. Can you do it on your own? My answer is yes. How long will it take? No one knows. Why? Because once again, you have to go through a lot of trial and error trying to figure out how you're going to do it, right? But if you have a system, a proven system that is something very systematic and a process that really helps you, right, overcome all the nitty-gritties, all the challenges, all the doubts, because the system is laid out in such a way for you to maximize, finding a breakthrough is not going to be difficult, right? This is where a lot of people fail, because they figure out everything else, but they can't find a system. Now, when I work with people, I bring in a system into place which has proven over 25 years, over 49 plus countries, over 600,000 people's lives transformed. This is not me. This is my coach, Arfeen Khan, right? Now, he has been in this coaching industry for over 25 years, right? He has recommendations from Tony Robbins to, Arnold Schwarzenegger, to even Indian celebrities like Amitabh Bachchan, to Hrithik Roshan, to Shah Rukh Khan, to all those people, right? I mean, he coaches at a very big league, at a top league, right? He charges about $50,000 for coaching, which is crazy. And mind you, Tony Robbins charges $1 million to coach people, and you have to wait in a waiting list for over 3 years to get a time slot. That's how busy he is, even if he's charging $1 million, right? So you can imagine. So now, when you, let's say, sign up for something like the Success Blueprint, you are getting all that knowledge that I have acquired from these coaches, paying a big amount of money, where I bring in that knowledge and give it to you at a fraction of a cost. Now, even when it comes to Arfeen Khan, I've spent more than $1 million to join his program, right? Now, all that knowledge, I'm coming and giving it to people at a fraction of a cost because I've been coached under him. So when you get into a system which has been proven over years, which has created these transformations, that guarantees you these breakthroughs that you are looking for, right? Now, since I spoke about the system, I just want to take a couple of minutes and show you what exactly this blueprint is about. But before that, tell me in the chat box, would you like to know a little bit about this success blueprint? What am I talking about? Because every time I talk about something, I end up talking about something related to the success blueprint, right? Do I have your permission to talk about the success blueprint? Maybe taking a couple of minutes. Yeah, so thank you. So success blueprint is a program which helps you to take your life into the next level of abundance by discovering some crazy formulas, right? It's a 12-week program. So you spend 3 months with me, right? And you go through these 6 modules. Your first module is ultimate self-discovery, right? Now, when you feel like you are lost or stuck in life, or whether you are looking for a breakthrough to take your life to the next level, maybe you are doing good, but you want to do better, right? I always say, first you need to figure out who you are. Half of the problems that we have in our life is because we don't know who we are. Now, you did a personality test. If you have read through it, just 10 pages, some people go like, oh my God, this is like someone really reading who I am, right? But just imagine, I will show you the elements of the ultimate self-discovery. When you go in depth into ultimate self-discovery, right? The profound impact that you can have discovering who you are, discovering your strengths, weaknesses, what your gifts are, how your inner world works, really helps you to make those breakthroughs. Then we go through the decision making formula, like I mentioned, right? Then we go through the success formula. Then there's something called the happiness formula, make more time formula, and the champion formula, right? So this is how the 12 weeks is laid out. Now, the ultimate self-discovery is the largest part. I usually take 4 weeks. Sometimes we even take 6 weeks because it's very in-depth, right? So you do the in-depth personality assessment, not the one that you did. You get like a 50-page version, which is worth about $250, right? Which even tells you your mission, your career, your life values, and everything that you need to have as a person. So you can really make the most out of you, right? And you start understanding why you do certain things based on your personality, right? Then discovering who you are through your baselines, establishing your baselines. Your baselines are your foundational pillars. And in this 12-week program, the most important element is discovering your baselines. The most important element is discovering your baselines, right? When you discover your baselines, you discover why you become happy, why you become sad. You realize, why you do the things you do. You realize why do you hang out with the people that you hang out? Why do you despise certain type of people? Why do you like certain types of food? Why do you like certain types of restaurants? Why do you like certain types of music and don't like the other type? You practically get to know about yourself and the reason for making all the decisions that you make in your life. Now, when you get to know your baselines, you come from this state of unawareness to awareness where you can start taking your decisions in a way where you satisfy your baselines. That's where the most remarkable change starts happening, right? Then you start establishing your encodes, your negative codes. Like I said, it's a bigger experience, but you find your biggest negative codes and your limiting beliefs, and you burn them, you do a ritual, and you convert them into empowering codes, and you find your breakthroughs, right? Then you also get into discovering your strengths and gifts. Now this is a very important area. Sorry for my it was supposed to be a circle, but anyways, when you discover your strengths and gifts, this gives you liberation, right? So you get to discover your strengths, your gifts, your talents, your resources, what you are good at, what you are meant to do, and that really starts defining who you are. So I had this gentleman who was coming from an IT background. He was a big shot in an IT company, earning quite a lot of money. But when he did his self-discovery, he realized his purpose and passion was to become a music producer, totally irrelevant to who he was. You know what has happened? When he was young, he had a guitar, he started writing songs and everything, but his parents were not financially well, so they started discouraging him and said, Puta, don't try to go down the music path, you'll end up becoming a kudda. That's what his father has said. For some reason, that's the perception his father has had. Musician is a druggie. That's the perception. Whether it's right or wrong is irrelevant, right? So he has given this ideology to his head and said, give up your dreams. You are not going to become a musician. And like all fathers, even my father pushed me to go into IT at one stage, has put him into an IT qualification, IT college. Then eventually he has become this big shot at an IT company, earning a couple of millions of rupees, right? But when he realized his lost purpose and passion, he broke down into tears and he cried like a baby. And he thanked me and said, Lien, thank you so much, because I have forgotten how much I love my music. And he said, now I have enough money even to put up a studio and buy all the music instruments that I want. But I didn't remember this part because I had completely given that up. We all have stories like that, because see, our life is made in such a way, at one point our parents start taking decisions for us and we start doing what they want and we stop living our life. And when we get married, we start living a life that our spouse or partner wants, and we give up on our dreams, right? And sometimes when we get trapped into a 9 to 5, we again give up on our dreams and our passions. And when you have the time and the money and the freedom to do all that, you can't remember what you were supposed to do. You can't remember what you wanted to do. So discovering your true purpose and passion, your strengths, your gifts, your skills can have that profound impact for a transformation that you really require, right? Because I really love this saying. There's a saying, you find your skill, you make a living, right? You find your gift, you make a fortune. Now, I can stand as a true testimony for that, because I am a coach not by circumstance, I'm a coach by choice. I could be working in a private company, I could be running my designing company, but I chose to be a coach because I really realized my purpose and my passion is here. Now, when I discovered my purpose and passion, I felt like the floodgates of abundance have opened up and started flowing in. Everything was working perfectly fine. It was like magic started happening. It's like universe is conspiring to make me successful, bringing people, bringing in circumstances, bringing in situations where everything is just happening perfectly. And that will only happen when you discover your true purpose and passion. And ultimate self-discovery also teaches you the art of living in gratitude and abundance, a little bit of law of attraction and all that, and how the universe works to create a path of least resistance and get this momentum of abundance working for you, right? It also covers your childhood, where you go back into your childhood and heal yourself if you're holding any trauma which is preventing you from finding those breakthroughs. So this ultimate self-discovery of the first 4 weeks can be profoundly impactful. And like we discussed, the decision-making formula, the success formula gets covered, right? And beyond that, there's something called the happiness formula. Now, I told you the secret of a successful life is when you learn to change your state. Now, to change your state, you need to have tools. That's what you get in your week 7 and 8, right? So your happiness formula, we go through about 8 different areas like aligned decision making, congruence, self-love, discovering your mastermind, power circles, handling toxic people, handling negative circumstances and buzz moments. Some of these terminologies might not make sense to you, but we go through about 8 to 10 different elements through which we create something called a happiness formula. Now, happiness formula, you can use it in two ways. One is when your state drops, let's say you go through a breakup, lose a job, lose a pet, lose a loved one, accident happens, burglary, theft, something bad happens and your mood is shifted to a negative state, right? When that happens, your happiness formula will have the necessary elements to tell you, okay, do this, this, and this. It will shift your mood. So you fix your state. Number two is, on a general sense, you will have things that you can implement in your life to live in a good state. How does that sound like? Just imagine cracking that code, living in a very good state all the time. And for those who did your personality test, read through your personality test, right? Go and read your very good state and ask yourself, if you are in this very good state, isn't anything possible? You become more resourceful, more creative, more abundant, more motivated, more driven. I mean, there's nothing for you to do because everything starts happening perfectly when you're in a very good state. Second. Right, sorry about that. I had two devices connecting and some feedback coming in. Okay, so coming back to what I was saying, so that is what the happiness formula gives you. Then you have this formula which I call the make more time formula, because no matter how much of money that you have, if you don't have the time to do the things that you love with the people that you love, pointless of a life like that, right? I know a lot of successful people who are earning millions, but they don't have time even to play with their children. What's the point? They don't have time to spend with their partner, right? In fact, the work is so stressful, although it's giving money and the luxuries, the work is so stressful, they come and put out all that stress on their wife, their husband, or their children, and their family lives are a mess. What's good in a life like that, right? So make more time formula teaches you how to use the same 24 hours that you have, that Elon Musk have, that Jack Ma and everyone else has, but how to use that same 24 hours and make a couple of more extra hours to invest in yourself and the people that you love, which once again can bring in a huge transformation, right? Then finally, life is all about achieving our goals, right? So in the champion formula is something that you can apply as a formula to any goal that you want to achieve. So what we do there is, towards the end of the program, we analyze your life, we look at all categories, and we set goals of what you want to achieve. And I get you to pick one audacious goal that you want to achieve within the next 6 months, right? And I get you to apply the champion formula, create clarity, and put that action plan. And when you apply the champion formula, you end up having daily tasks, weekly tasks, monthly tasks, quarterly tasks, and what we call power leaps leading to that particular goal. And it makes achieving that goal so simple. And when you learn that art, you can start applying this champion formula to any goal that you want to achieve in your life. But here's the thing. How many times have you seen people setting goals, creating a plan, but not following through? Maybe it has happened to you, right? Maybe 1 week down the line, you got distracted. Why does that happen? Because the mindset and the habits and the rituals are missing. So one of those things that we do on the last 2 weeks is teach you how to create a champion mindset that helps you to achieve a goal and create that habits and rituals and then execute. So with that, the 12-week program finishes, right? That actually gives you the amount of clarity that you require and the tools. We were talking about tools. That's why I came to this slide, the necessary tools and a proven system, a structured system which can bring you that change. Because sometimes mindset only is not enough to create a change. You need to add the right tools and strategies and the system in place. So all these 7 elements are very important when you are trying to find your breakthrough, right? Number 6 is the support and the mastermind. I remember Ravin saying this in the chat about people, right? The people around you makes it a big difference, because the people around you will make sure whether you actually find your breakthrough or not. The people around you will make sure whether you succeed in life or not. The people around you will make sure whether you find your true happiness or not. If you look at the people who are really not happy in their lives, those are the people who have toxic people around them, or people who are not supporting them, or people who are not like the ones who are they want to become, right? And this particular saying really touched me. Alone you can go faster, but together you can go further. This is true in life, right? So even in this effort to discover your true happiness and success in life, finding your breakthroughs, you can do it alone at your own pace. You can do your research, you can find it possibly faster, but to find it in a more sustainable way where you can actually bring that change into your life, you need to do it together with people, right? And that's basically one of the biggest things that you can have in your life when you especially go through personal development, right? Rather than doing it alone, doing it with a friend, having a friend who also loves Tony Robbins, who also wants to go for programs like this, who also talks about mindset, creates a profound impact. Just imagine you being in a clique and you're the only one who's talking about personal development. I've been there. I had an amazing clique of friends back in 2009, amazing bunch of guys, but I was the only one who was talking about becoming an entrepreneur. I was the only one who was talking about self development. And even to date, my typical school friends, if I take a clique, I'm the only guy who talks about this. So what has happened over the period of time, I have got them away from my life. They're still in my life because they play an important role as certain good friends. But I have created my mastermind circles, which comprises of other coaches, other inspirers, other motivators, other business owners. And my mastermind circle is not restricted to Sri Lanka. I have people from South Africa, India, USA, Australia, everywhere, all parts of the world, right? Getting together in my mastermind circle once a week, talking and inspiring each other. Now, that's the impact of having the right people. Now, talking about right people, I want to do another quick activity. I've been talking a little bit longer than previously, right? I want you guys to get onto your books and paper and pen, and let's ask few questions to see whether we have the right kind of people in our lives, right? So the first question, do I have the kind of people I want to become in my circle? Now, what I mean is, if your breakthrough is financial breakthrough, if you are trying to become a millionaire, ask yourself, do I have people who are other millionaires in my circle? Right? If your breakthrough is starting a business, ask yourself, do I have other business owners in my circle? If you want to work on your relationship and to mend whatever the problems and have a beautiful relationship, ask yourself, do I have that kind of people in my clique? I remember at one point there was this gentleman who was talking to me. His relationship was quite in dire stress, but when I actually talked to see, all his best 3 friends or 4 friends are not with their partners currently, right? So, I mean, it's nothing wrong about being single or divorced or separated, but then again, for him, it was impacting in such a way, because when he gets into conversation, the input that he gets from his friends is more towards ending the relationship rather than mending the relationship, right? So the people around you plays a major impact. So ask yourself, based on who you want to become, what you want to achieve, do you have that kind of people in your circle? Second question, are the people around me the kind who will get me closer to my goals? So sometimes they may not be the same type, they may not be millionaires, but do I have people who help me to get closer to my goals? That you need to ask, right? If you have, write down those names so you know who they are. Then also you need to ask questions like this. Do I have people who challenge me? Write down a name or names of people in your circle who challenges you. I don't mean physically, I don't mean fights, but psychologically challenges you, helps you to think, right? Pushes you out of the comfort zone. Do I have people who push me out of the comfort zone? People who say, no, no, you can do it. Stretch yourself a little bit. I know you can do it. Don't be in the comfort zone. Do your studies, sign up for that MBA, or do this particular program in some sort of a way. Do you have people who push you out of the comfort zone? If so, write down their names. Do you have people who makes you think differently, right? Or do you have just a bunch of friends who's just good to hang out and have a drink and just spend some time? That's it, right? Do you have friends in your circle who helps you think differently, right? Ask questions, ask different things which provokes thoughts in your head. Do you have that kind of people? Do you have people who inspires you daily? I know how it feels to live among absolute normal people where there is no inspiration and motivation. Do you have people who actually inspires you? At least one friend where you can look at what he says, his videos, his content, or his life, or what he does, and truly be inspired. Like, wow, I wish if I could be like that. Do you have those kind of people? Write down their names. Do you have people who encourages you to learn and grow? Or do you have people saying, Ayo, Pisuda, why are you spending your time and money in this training programs and coaching programs and stuff like that? Are you mad? Let's go on a trip. Spend that money, going to Allah with me next weekend. Is that the type of friends do you have, right? So write down the names if you have people who encourages you to learn and grow. Do you have friends who help you to dream big? Right? Who does not want to settle in for dreaming small? Maybe they dream big so much you become inspired, or they tell you, for an example, Dilini, dream big, you can achieve more, you can do something much bigger than this. Your potential is much bigger. I believe in you. Do you have people like that telling you? Now, in any one of those categories, if you have empties, there's a big question mark of finding that breakthrough. Because you need to fill your life with people like this. And when you embark yourself in a journey of success and happiness, one thing you start realizing, a lot of people start falling out of your life. A lot of people that you once thought was very dear to you, your best friends, your partners, sometimes your spouses, sometimes your work colleagues, whoever, sometimes even parents, siblings, right? People who are closest to you start falling apart. Why? Because law of attraction says, like attracts like. When your vibration changes, when you start becoming a different type of a person, all those people start weeding out. I remember when I went to Tony Robbins UPW in 2019 September, one of the things that he said was, now that you have started this magical journey, because we did a lot of things that day, right? Closed type processes to manifestations to a lot of things. He said, now that you have started this, you will realize within the next 1 year, certain people that you have never imagined will go out of your life will go out of your life. Why? Because you have started a journey, you have started a momentum, you have started a vibration, a frequency, and only people who matches that will remain in your life. And truth be told, I have had a lot of people that I never thought would go out of my life, moving out of my life. And that had to happen for something good to happen. So people around you is one critical area that can create a change, right? Then the other question I want you to ask is, do I have people that I tolerate? Do I have people that I tolerate their nuisance, their qualities that I really despise, that I don't like, their, anything, right? People that you really tolerate. Now write down a name or two, I'm sure you have. Whether you like it or not, that person or people are the people that you have to start weeding out. Now, sometimes you can't weed out people like that. Why? Because it could be a parent, it could be a sibling, it could be a close family member, it could be your wife or your husband or your girlfriend or your boyfriend sometimes, right? How can you do it? But when you get into the mastermind discussions, you learn how to gracefully handle that. Sometimes how to have certain people in your life, but create certain distance. So you don't entirely have them influencing you, but you have them in arm's length, right? But more and more you embark on this, you realize the time that you spend on people is might as well be spent on people that really matters to your journey. And changing the people around you really helps. So what happens when you come on to coaching is you get exposed to like-minded people who are just like you, who want to become more successful, who want to become more happy, who are in personal development, who is continuously learning and sharing things, and start making friends. Now, when I compare myself 3 years back and now, a lot of people that I closely associate are people who talk about these things, right? So when we meet up, even we talk meaningful stuff. Either it's about business, entrepreneurship, making a change, personal development, what have you learned, how have you found breakthroughs, things like that. So when you work with people like that, amazing things happen, right? So let's go to the last step. Okay, before going on to the last step, I want you guys to once again go to the chat box and tell me, so far, especially in the people chapter, have you had those light bulb moments like, oh my God, I didn't realize this person was in my life. I need to get that person out. Or I have this category which I've never filled, right? And I really want to fill that area, right? And I would like to give an opportunity for someone to speak as well, especially with regards to these people, right? Someone who has had impact in life of how people have changed their lives. If someone has a worthwhile story to tell, please come and share and tell how people have changed your life, right? I had a friend called Bevan. I wanted to speak. I think he has gone out of the call, but when he's back, I'll get him to speak as well in terms of, something related to, right? But then again, I'm sure you can think the people that are in your life, if you look at the closest people that are in your life and take an average, isn't that who you are? Isn't that who you are, right? Because if you are associating with very rich people, chances are your financial levels will also go up. Not that they will give you money, but you'll be influenced naturally. If you are hanging out with business owners, you would naturally be more towards starting your own business. We have Indu raising her hand. I know Indu from a long time, and she is also a part of a lot of mastermind circles, maybe business, law of attraction, personal development, and so on and so forth. So I'm sure she has something very interesting to share. Indu?
Hi, LIEN.
Hi.
So I actually met this girl a couple of years ago who came for one of my workshops, and she sat with me and we had a long chat. And after a few months, for some reason, she and I got together for this Tony Robbins virtual program. And we did it, like we didn't really think of it much. I didn't know her that well at that time. And then after those 4 days, we really became very close friends. And now we have been working together on 2 separate businesses. Her business is separate, mine is separate, but we've been working together for the longest time. And like whenever we come across challenges, like with other people in the life who kind of bring you down, or not letting you get to that state of mind, we've been like supporting each other throughout these especially these quote unquote COVID years. And she's been such a great inspiration, and I'm so grateful for meeting her and experiencing the UPW program with her.
Thank you, Indu, for sharing this. But before letting you go, I want to ask you a question, right? Now,
Sure.
in our life, we meet either a mastermind circle, or we meet sometimes even 1 or 2 individual people, right? Now, even if it is one person, the right person can create a true impact into your life, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And if you do have a group, it's even more impactful because yes, one person is great, but if you have different people, I believe that you can relate to them in different areas, different angles, and different levels. So I believe that would be much more supportive. You really need that kind of support when you want to keep that state of mind
Absolutely.
in a good place, because sometimes even the people you meet in a day-to-day life and you can't get them out of your life for whatever the relationship that you have with them, you need you need to get out of that those negativity and be in the presence of those positive mindset of other people to I've done this a lot of times with her, she has done it with me, I have done it with us, like when we want to get out of that negative mindset, so we talk to each other and say, look, I'm like in this kind of state, how do I get out of it, tell me something inspirational. And then you support each other. So if you have a group like that, even a small group of like 3-4 people, I believe it's really detrimental for your success.
Absolutely, absolutely. So thank you very much, Indu, for sharing it. And that is true, right? So it could be even one person that you meet that can profoundly change your life. But like she said, when you get into a fraternity or a group of people, which is usually called a mastermind circle, it really impacts you and helps you to exponentially change or find breakthroughs, right? So I'm in this mastermind, I'm in two different mastermind circles, three I would say. One is the business network, which I told you about. uh, the second one is the coaches under Arfeen Khan that we meet twice a week. And then there's this other program that we signed up for called the Secret Millionaire Blueprint, which is about your money blueprint and breaking through your financial barriers in your mind. And it's all about wealth, right? So we get to talk to business owners, millionaires, billionaires, where they share their thoughts and ideas and we discuss with them, right? So those discussions have had a profound impact, because more you listen to people, more you start changing the way you think. So one way of getting those codes that are stuck in your head is by talking to people, right? Now this can work in two ways, right? Let's say you have a best friend, right? Someone comes and tells you, that person was talking behind your back, I said something very nasty. Now if that person is such a good friend, you might be like, no, maybe a mistake, I don't believe it. You might not try to convince the other person, but you might tell yourself, maybe it was just a genuine mistake, I'll let it go. But a second person comes and says the same thing, third person comes and says the same thing, fourth person comes and says the same thing. Then what's going to happen? You're like, what? How could he? I never expected that. If four people are coming and saying it, then there should be something true in it, right? So now your brain starts changing the coding that you had. All this time you had a coding saying, so and so was my best friend, would do everything at my interest. I believe in that person so much. Now more and more people start changing it. What happens? Your coding starts changing. So it can happen negatively as well. Similarly, when you're in a positive environment, when you start hearing people talking positive stuff, your coding changes. That's why focus groups works. That's why people go into, let's say, Alcoholics Anonymous, right? AA, if you want to break through your addictions and stuff like that. People share their stories and tell how they broke through, how difficult it was, how easy it was, how they did it. They motivate each other. So more you hear it from each other, you're like, okay, if he can do it, I can do it as well. All this time I thought it was impossible. There are focus groups where people talk about relationships, right? Where people who are going through bad relationships and stuff like that, they share ideas and they help each other to mend it, share their best practices, how they bounce back. And when you hear stuff like that, you're like, okay, I can try that as well. So you change your codes where you feel trapped in when you are in an environment like that. Now that is exactly why people plays a major factor in your breakthrough, right? So we have covered 6 elements of finding your breakthrough, and we are at the last step right now with 1 more hour to go, right? So step number 7 is accountability and confidence. Now what you need when you have the tools, the clarity and everything else is accountability. Now accountability is when you have someone to hold you accountable to take those necessary actions to do what you're supposed to do to find your breakthrough. Because sometimes finding a breakthrough is not just a 1 minute's work, it's a lifestyle change. Yes, you would find your breakthrough in a moment. Sometimes you like have that light bulb moment, but when you create a lifestyle around this, breakthroughs happens every day. So you need someone to give you that accountability and the confidence that you can do it, right? Because think of it like this: you sign up for a gym, right? And maybe in a couple of weeks you stop going. It has happened to me many times, right? Can I see in the chat box how many of you have signed up for a gym and then never showed up, or after a couple of weeks never showed up? I'm sure there should be a lot of me's there, right? Because I certainly have done that. Yeah, so we are getting answers, right? So we all know we sign up for gyms and we don't show up. We make them rich, right? And that's Rasangi says in 2017 I paid but never went, right? This happens. So, but what happens if you go to the gym and sign up with a friend? So you push your friend pushes you, at least maybe not, you might not stop in 1 week, but you might go for a couple of months at least, right? Still the effectiveness is very low, because moment your friend also starts getting demotivated and you also get demotivated around the same time, everything dies down and you guys never talk about it. But at least you would go to the gym at least couple of months more than how you would have gone by yourself, right? But let's look at the example where you go to the gym, you talk to the personal trainer, you say, I want to achieve these results, I want to get my six pack, I want to lose 8 kilos or whatever, I want to get into the best shape and tone my body and become this sexy version of myself. And you set goals and you say, tell me what you need to do, tell me how much I need to pay. And you talk to the personal trainer and he says, okay, this much you have to pay me every month. You pay. Now you have paid the money upfront also, so you are committed. And he gives you a plan saying, this is your diet plan, this is how many times you have to come to the gym every week, and I'm going to work with you, follow up on you, get your WhatsApp, tells you to send pictures of your meals every day, tell you to WhatsApp whatever the exercises you do, holds you accountable and follows up. Now what happens? Now even if you want to forget it, you can't. Why? Because your personal trainer calls you, messages you, asks you, aren't you coming? Now I know a girl, she's dead scared of her personal trainer, right? She's the one who has paid him, she's the one who has set the goals, but she's dead scared every time this guy calls and say, why aren't you coming, why haven't you sent me your meal photos and stuff like that. So although she's scared, she's keeping that relationship because she wants to achieve those goals, and that accountability really helps you. And sometimes people spend millions of rupees purely just to get accountability, just to have someone call and say, have you done this? CEOs who works with me spend a ton load of money just to have an accountability partner. It's not even coaching sometimes. Just to call and say, you were supposed to cover up these areas by Friday, you're just 2 days away. Are we on track? Right? Or have you done this? Now, accountability is very much important for you to find your breakthroughs because of that. Then the other thing is confidence. Now, what do I mean by confidence? Sometimes to make breakthroughs, now we are talking about breakthroughs, right? We are talking about finding your breakthrough. So sometimes to find your breakthroughs, you need to take a leap of faith. You need to jump off that cliff, right? You need to really jump off that cliff, right? You need to really jump off that cliff and take a daring decision. I can see a junior on screen. Hi. Right? Nice to see you. So sometimes you really need to put yourself out there and jump off a cliff and take that leap of faith to find your breakthrough. But how can you do that when you know there's no safety net? When you know there's no one to hold you? So when you work with a coach, what happens? You get that confidence. You get a sense of confidence that you will never fall, that you will never screw up. Because why? Your coach is there to hold you. It's like jumping into the deep end when you can't swim. If your coach is next to you, you will still jump into the deep end, knowing that there is someone to hold your hand and pull you out if you drown. Because as long as a coach is there, your coach will not let you drown, because that's why the coach is there. But your coach would not be swimming on behalf of you or carrying you, because The coach wants you to learn to swim, but he will be there if things go wrong to grab you. Now that plays a major role in finding your breakthroughs. That plays a major role in putting yourself out there and playing 100% full out, commit yourself, because you know I cannot fail right now. How many of you would love to have that magical feeling of knowing that you will not fail, that someone is out there to, grab you if you drown? How many of you like to have that magical feeling? Put it in the chat box if you love to have that feeling of, being unstoppable, invincible, because you know you will not die, right? You know you will not fall, you know you will not drown, because someone will ensure that you are taken to the other side, right? And that feeling is amazing, man. When you have that feeling, you know you achieve more big, just because you know that someone is there for you, right? So Aruni is asking, can you explain about the tools and the strategy part? I missed. Tools and strategy is a big part, Aruni, right? Let's see whether we could cover a little bit about it, maybe towards the end. But if not, what you can do is you can get in touch with me and I'll be more than happy to help you out to cover that. But in essence, tools and strategies are the nuts and bolts that you really require in terms of your execution to create a breakthrough. And the most important part that we discuss is taking action. And I shared some stories of how I took action and how certain people took action in their life to create that lasting change, right? Great. Okay, so now that we have completed the 7 steps, right? I'm sure you have questions to ask. I want you to get prepared with the questions, right? Until you do that, I want to bring another personality on stage, another coach that I work closely with. She's a great coach. She's a superb inspirer. Just wrote her book and launching it tomorrow. So big day tomorrow for her. I want to invite Shamina onto the stage. Shamina, please unmute yourself. I want you to talk about, as a coach, experiences that you have had and how coaching impacts profoundly. Because sometimes, even for me, being a coach, you need to be coached. That's why I have a coach, right? So whether you're a coach or not, you still need people to support you, hold you accountable, give you that confidence. And I feel Shamina would be a person who would be able to add value to this forum, because she's a true inspirer. She talks, she inspires people. So Shamina, over to you.
Thanks, LIEN. I'm sorry I can't switch on my video right now, but I will try to speak as best as I can, just driving on the way. Firstly, LIEN, awesome workshop. One thing I can say as a coach is that it's constantly evolving, and you have brought in the evolution. I see even in the points that you have brought in, there's a lot of new things that even I can learn, even though I'm a coach. So thank you for sharing this, and thank you for actually taking time. I think this is a 4-hour program, so thank you for taking your time to really share these. I think, some people don't want to share so much because these are copyrights and you want to keep it to yourself, but you actually share a lot of things that can really transform lives. So thank you for that, firstly. Secondly, hands down, I believe with absolute conviction, every single person needs a coach. Everyone. I'll tell you why. You can't go to a friend, you can't go to a family member, you can't go to a colleague, because number one, they are going to give you biased advice. They are not going to be working in the best interest of the client, because whether they love you or not, they're going to be always biased towards a certain emotion. And thirdly, you are placing yourself in a vulnerable situation. Okay, so you don't know if the person that you go to is qualified, trained, or assessed to give you the kind of clarity, the kind of guidance you need. So I believe strongly that you need a coach. That's number one. That's number two. Number three, now, so many times, I need to keep saying this, coaches also need coaches. Okay, so there have been so many times that, of course, LIEN is more accessible to me. So I am one of the privileged ones who can pick up the phone and tell LIEN, I need clarity. And when you select a coach, you need to select someone who is, I want to use the right words here. Someone, I don't want to use the word qualified, someone who is capable of guiding you and helping you find your answers. Okay, you don't, so you don't need someone who's going to instruct you or just feed some information to you. You are going to need someone who's going to want you to think, come up with things. And many times I have gone to LIEN and said, LIEN, you know what, I'm stuck. I need clarity. And I turn to LIEN a lot to hold space for me. I don't know if you know the term, if you're familiar with it. He holds my space quite often. And why I turn to LIEN is because I'm very careful about who I go to. I mean, who I talk to, even amongst my friends, even amongst my coaching friends, I am very selective about which coaching friend I will speak with and which coaching friend I will confide in and which coaching friend can actually give me that clarity. So I hope I have added some value on the importance of coaching, LIEN, and 3 strong takeaway messages I want to leave here because I strongly believe in it. Number 1, you must have a coach or mentor in your life. Okay, you cannot leave your decisions completely in someone else's hand unless they are assessed, trained, and qualified to coach you. Secondly, you need to choose the right person. And thirdly, you need to be able to find the answers for yourself with the guidance of your coach. So make sure the coach, and I think the right coach will always work in the best interest of their client, and constantly use a coach that's evolving because our techniques constantly need change. The way we think, concepts are changing. So you need someone who's not stuck in the old ages as well. So all the best, LIEN, and thank you so much for holding space for me. And of the many times you provided clarity, I think one of the best things I've got is the frequency. And every time I'm on a low frequency, I just call LIEN and it works like magic. So thank you, LIEN, over to you.
Thank you, Shamina. Thank you very much. I didn't want you to tell too many things about me, but I wanted her to share about the whole coaching experience, being a coach as well. Sometimes it's very important, like she said. And I strongly agree with what Shamina said. See, when we are in school, we had teachers, right? And we had our parents also telling us what to do, and we had a goal saying A levels. So we had our goal, our objective. We had our guides, which are parents and teachers. And even when we did sports, we had our coaches, the respective sports coach, which would tell us our objective and give us the guidance. But just imagine, after you finish school, you came into the real world, and what? How many of you actually set certain objectives, goals into your life? How many of you actually have a solid 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year plan? Right? Most of us are shooting in the dark, right? And who is actually advising you, guiding you, holding your hand, holding your space? Is it your friends? Sometimes our friends are worse than us, right? But we still rely on them, get their advices. Sometimes they are so not qualified or capable of advising us, but we go to them and we then complain about the bad results that we have in life, right? So we listen to the wrong people to start with. So I truly agree with what she says, not because I'm a coach, not because I'm from the coaching industry, but a coach is someone that actually everyone should have, just like the lawyer and whoever that you believe that you need to have on your speed dial. A coach is someone that you need to have on a retainer, or at least your speed dial, or at least make friends with a coach, so you actually can get better input into your life. Because sometimes one word from the right person can really put you in track to achieve something big than 100 people saying so many things, right? Indu, thank you very much. You've said something really nice as well. So that's what I wanted to wrap up with what Shamina said. So coming back into the slides, we have 45 minutes to go. I want to give you something more, right? So if you really want to find that breakthrough, I have one more activity I want you to do, right? Success leave clues, success leave patterns. So if you want to find a breakthrough which you feel like you're stuck, what you have to do is you need to ask yourself, what breakthroughs have I actually have had in the past, and find patterns. Ask what was the breakthrough. Ask yourself what triggered you. Ask yourself what pushed you over the edge to take action. What made it possible, and how did that breakthrough come? Start analyzing your breakthroughs. When you start analyzing your breakthroughs, you find patterns. And as coaches, one of the things that we do is we find these patterns and help people to discover these patterns, because your answers lies there, right? If you can't do this by yourself, then you need to do it with someone else. But analyzing your breakthrough can be a great activity for you to find your success, your breakthrough, right? Now we've spoken a lot, right? We've spoken a lot. We've learned a lot of things. Now I want to do something which will enable each one of you to retain what we learned, so you don't just walk out from here forgetting everything, right? Since we have 45 minutes, I want to take maybe 15 minutes of this time to give you an opportunity to come on stage and briefly say one thing that has truly profoundly impacted you in today, and one thing that you're going to change, or one thing that you're going to do from the knowledge that you got here today. What would that thing would be? And I want each one of you to talk, not for me to fill the space, but that's going to help you to carve a message in your subconscious, right? So consider this as an opportunity, right? Not as me trying to put you on spot, but if I were you, I would raise my hand and jump at the opportunity because I want to make it. But since we need to hold the space for everyone, don't use more than 1 minute, right? Let's take 1 minute and quickly tell, what have you really learned, what has profoundly impacted you, and what is that one thing that you can do? We'll start off with Indu. Indu, you get 1 minute to go.
Sorry, yeah, it would definitely be the success formula, because I believe that that's a real clue to where you can find success yourself. Of course, you need help, but at least you can, it's a pointer where I can start off and then at some point develop with the help of someone. Thank you.
Superb. Thank you very much. We have next Ravin.
Yeah, hi. My one is the compiling reason. So my compiling reason is my daughter, and she's my motivation, inspiration, and she's everything to me. So that motivates me, and that's why I'm in this situation as well. Because as I was doing the job at Dialogue, I was also doing a business which I couldn't focus on both. Left the job and now focusing on business, and it's a whole learning curve. And again, a lot of gratitude towards you, LIEN, for having this session and having us for 4 hours at zero cost, which is a great thing. And the whole learning curve was amazing. And God bless you, and bless all the participants here, and have a great 2022 and be motivated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravin. Thank you very much. And guys, the program is not over. I have some surprises coming your way as well. Manisha, next up is you.
Simply to say, I got encouragement. So thank you, LIEN, for all the encouragement, and the points that you pointed out really opened my eyes to self-evaluate more of myself. So thank you for, putting all your time and effort to, giving this, free program and everything. I think everybody gained a lot from this. And what I gained was encouragements. so that I can be more positive and think positive about things. Thank you, Leah.
Great. Thank you very much. Who else would like to go? I would be putting people on the spot this time, so take your spots. Lakshika, would you like to share with us what you learned, one thing that you are going to implement? You can unmute yourself.
Yes, what I learned today is that I have certain negative quotes that I must get rid of. So I would change my mindset and go for a change, actually, go for a breakthrough.
Super. And do you believe that breakthrough is something that you are confident that you can find?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Dilini.
Actually, I had two big eye openers today. One was actually the importance of people, because actually I'm in the midst of a career change, and I'm also trying to get into counseling and coaching, and it's kind of being a bit of a lonely journey, because I am surrounded by like full-time moms who are very taken up with raising their children, and there is not much people to really inspire me to really move into a career change right now. So I think that was like a big eye opener for me. I need people to challenge me and inspire me, and yeah, so that was a big eye opener. And also the other one was the compelling reason. I had a breakthrough that I had not had for years. I'm always like somebody who has put others ahead of me all my life. And as to, this big why I'm doing all of this, I had a breakthrough that I faced a very painful and bad experience when I was a teenager long years ago. And I had a breakthrough that my compelling reason is that I owe it to the 17-year-old Dinili to really, turn things around. So that was a big breakthrough. Thank you, Lien.
Great. That's really good to hear. And Dilini, what is your personality type? Is it helper by any chance?
Actually, I'm sorry, I couldn't do your personality test,
so
but
it's
I've
important you do it.
one, and it is INFJ counselor.
Okay. Right. So the personality test that I'm offering is something completely different. It's a custom made by Arfeen Khan. So I would encourage you and anyone else who has not done it up to now, do it. And when you get the personality test done, you also get a free session with me where you get to get on a Zoom call and decipher what it means to you and how you can use that knowledge to apply for your life and achieve your dreams as well. So anyways, thank you very much, Dilni, and really nice to hear both the breakthroughs that you've had. Now we have Denusha. If you can unmute yourself.
Yeah. LIEN, thanks for the program, this session. It was very useful. And then mainly the mindset is everything. And then because I am there in your blueprint session also, I have signed up. I can see there's a vast change in my life from this year onwards.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much, Denusha. And who else would like to share what they have learned, what has impacted them profoundly, and what they would do? We have Nav. Go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah. So I think this whole program has helped me to self-evaluate myself and identify a few negative codes that I have that I need to overcome. And I also feel that joining this journey will help me unlock my potential, because I feel like I could also be something better. And I'm also like, my thing is also like a helper. And definitely, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Lien.
Excellent. Excellent. Great. So you've done your personality test as well, right? And the thing with helpers is you usually end up putting others ahead of you naturally, which is a good thing. when you do it in the right state. When you do it in the wrong state, you do it in a very destructive way, right? We have Manisha wanting to talk again.
Can you say a bit about a reformer personality type, because that's what came for me, and just a little bit of it.
Yeah, so reformers are usually people who are believing in perfectionism, who's very structured, the kind of people who would always have Excel sheets to manage their finances to whatnot, who would want to, have everything black and white. So it's the structure that drives a reformer, right? Reformer also has two subtypes. One is a reformer who has a wing of a helper, who puts themselves behind and helps others. There's another type of a reformer who is also called a peacemaker, who also tries to avoid conflicts, right? Reformers are very good in terms of types of careers like finance related, HR admin related kind of stuff, where you have to be giving attention to meticulous details, have things very much structured, documentation and all that. So that's the kind of a person a reformer is. But in a sense, reformers are driven by a subconscious fear that I will never be loved enough if I'm not perfect, right? And what drives them is to become more capable, more perfect, more methodical, because that's how they believe that they will find love from others, because this stems down to the childhood, how you were brought up as a child. So that's why, guys, you need to really read your personality report, and it gets very interesting. You can get on a 1.5 hour call with me to understand that. So do that. So that's in a nutshell about reformer. But go through that particular report. Although it's a standard version, you will find a lot of information, right?
Thank you.
Who else would like to talk? I can maybe allow about another 2 people before we go into the next section, which is going to be a good surprise. Fazmina, please unmute yourself.
Hi.
Hi, Fazmina. Go
Can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. I got your message from nowhere actually, because I didn't know you actually. I just wanted to try because I'm doing some business. I wanted to try what is it about, And actually, I overslept today. I totally forgot. Thank God I got your message. And I have the whole program beneficial for me actually. I've been cooking and listening to you, and I've taken lots of screenshots to do my homework. So I have lots of homework and then I am waiting for my result because I had some technical error, and then I couldn't get the result. So thank you so much. Actually, I benefited a lot, and I was not in a good mood in the morning because last night was, but now I seem to be a little bit, in the positive side. So I think it's really helped me a lot.
That's great. That's great. That's really nice to hear. And I strongly believe, there are no coincidences in life. Sometimes she said, I don't know how, but I ended up getting your message and came for this workshop. So probably something that was meant to happen, right? So probably you are supposed to listen to something, get inspired and change the path of your life. So I'm really happy to have Fazmina joining in as well. Anyone else? One last chance before we move on to the next section. Shavan, yes, is a reformer. Shavan, if you can unmute and
Hi, LIEN.
hi. I can very lightly hear you, Shavan.
Can you hear me better now?
Okay, much better.
Right. So, firstly, thanks for the session. It was, as everybody said, it was very, very useful for everybody. For me, a couple of things. First is obviously the state of your mind, which state you keep it in, will greatly help you at all times to react or to act to what life throws at you. So basically, understanding that you're in whatever state that you are in, and that if you can improve your state, and that will help greatly to change how you react, and that will help you to greatly impact your life very positively. That is the first thing. Then the second thing is on people, that it's a very, very important thing that as you go on, that you surround yourself with a great set of like-minded people. It's okay to have, you know, different sets of people, because that also adds some variety to you, but certainly based on the goals that you have, so based on the likings and based on your future goals, how you see it, it's very important to have at least 2 or 3 very solid friends or colleagues that will continuously encourage you. So that was the second thing, because I think a lot of people are lacking, because the best example I can give is I shared your program with so many of my close friends, but I don't see any of them here. But so basically it's like sometimes you know it's important, but you don't really put the time and effort to be here. So then it's also important then for us also to kind of connect with like-minded people, whilst having our, you know, set of friends, that we connect with new like-minded people, so that through that interaction we all can grow together. Because sometimes you know, we are on different paths at the end of the day, so we need certain people to be with us, who will join our path, or the path that we like to go.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
Shivan.
again, Lian.
Yeah, that was a very good share. And see, the beauty is, like he said, when you start going on the personal development journey, you realize how lonely it gets, because everyone else wants to live for the day, and you realize how different you are. But then again, that itself is what you need, because the crowd is not going to get you to where you want, right? So you need to maybe embark on a lonely journey. But the good thing is, then you end up surrounding with people who are like that, because you get to know people like that. When I started this journey, I felt so alone. Trust me, for the first time in my life, I felt so alone, because there was no one else who wanted to embark on this personal development journey with me. Not my best friends, not my partner, no one. But now, 3 years down, I'm surrounded by people who believe in personal development, who believe in learning and growing, and that has truly enriched me. And that circle keeps on, you know, making me a better person. And the other thing, like Shivan said, sometimes our lives are so busy, right? But here's the good thing. Now, trainings like this can be done online. Coaching can be done online. Even if I'm in another country, or even if I go on a trip, right, I still can open my laptop and do a coaching session, right? So even if you are not in the country, even if you are busy or whatever, sometimes I have one coaching session at 11 o'clock in the night to a gentleman who's joining from UK, right? I mean, as long as timing can be managed, whether it's 4 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock in the night, doesn't matter, because the world is in such a way where this learning can be done, connecting with people can be done, and we should make the most out of it, right? Dilini, you have a question?
Can I just add something quickly?
Yes, please.
So actually, I just want to say that this whole accountability factor, I have participated in really good training programs, read amazing books, but I must say that I haven't really executed those things I learned many times, even though they were really good knowledge I received. Many years, about 2 years ago also, I was thinking of getting a life coach, but then I just thought, no, it's a bit, because I'm also spending on my studies. It's something that I can't afford, but now I have come to realize lately that there is no point in investing in trainings and education if you don't really incorporate those things into your life. So I encourage everyone that they should have a coach they are accountable to.
Superb. That's an amazing share. And I think not only Dilni, so many people would be interested. I'm going to tell you next, if you can't afford it, how to, you know, get into something like this, right? Even if you can't afford it, right? Because that should be the last question you should ask. Like I mentioned earlier, when your a profound life impact change is imminent and you know what exactly to be done, even when you don't have the money to pay, how to get that done. So I'm going to share it in the next slide. Before going there, there's one question from Chulangani asking, how can a reformer change to an unstructural? It's not about changing your personality. It's about understanding who you are, understanding your strengths, weaknesses, and utilizing them accordingly, right? So when you now you only just heard it from me, but when you realize more things about your personality, you start understanding, okay, I am like this in these areas, but in these certain circumstances, since it's not serving me a purpose, I am going to do it this way. So you make a conscious effort and you break the pattern. So there are certain activities that we do to break the personality patterns and do certain things differently as well. So get into your personality is not to say, I'm like this, so what to do, that's a part of my personality. No. Getting to know your personality is also not to say, I'm like this, I want to change myself completely. No, it comes from acceptance. This is how I am, this is how am I coded, this is my personality type. But now that I know, I'm going to make tweaks and adjustments to make the best out of the situation, right? So that's the kind of approach that we have. Then there was another question from Aruni about certain sections she has missed. Aruni, please get in touch with me afterwards. I'll be more than happy to help you out with those areas and pass you whatever the screenshots and the slides that you want. Given the limitation of time, I would not be able to repeat it right now, but I'll be more than happy to help you out. Yeah. Also, Chulangani is asking, what do you do if you really care much about, you don't really care about much about the accountability partner pushing you or checking with you? Chulangani, I'm trying to understand your question. Are you saying, what do you do if you don't care about your accountability partner? So your accountability partner is pushing you and checking with you, but you don't care. Is that what you mean? Or the accountability partner doesn't push you much, so you don't have the right accountability partner. That's what it simply means, right? So accountability, see, you can ask your husband or wife, your boyfriend or girlfriend to push you, you can ask your friend to push you, but half the time you have to push them to push you, right? Isn't that true? Because they will forget it, right? So you need a proper accountability partner who understands the whole concept of accountability, who is ready to put that time, invest that time to give you that accountability, hold you that accountability, check with you. So if your accountability partner is not serving the right purpose, that means he or she is not an accountability partner, right? So you end up having to hold them accountable to be accountable to you is a big no-no, right? So that's why when you work with someone like a coach, we are trained to give that accountability to a person, so it comes out much more structured, right? Right. Then, okay, I'm going to go into the next section now that we have done some amazing shares. I'm really happy you guys connected. Right. So here's the question, right? Now, a lot of you said a lot of good things. Some said they like the program and everything, but do you really want to know how you can take the next step, right? And maybe enroll in something like the Success Blueprint program and what it entails to take your life into the next level, right? Can I see in the chat box whether you really would like to evaluate your options for that matter, right? So we have 1 yes coming in. Who else would really like to? Okay, right. Now, see, when I talk to people, anyone who asks about the Success Blueprint program and who asks me the general question in Sri Lankan terms, how much is it, right? That's how people ask. How much do I have to invest? What I say is I'm not going to talk about it, right? But I'm going to ask you 4 questions, right? Because pointless me telling you the price if you really don't want the program, right? So I'm going to ask you 4 questions. Get connected with me on the chat box, because this will help you to take the right decision, because if it is for you, you need to take the right decision. And like I told you, this is stemming from the decision making module. This is how you use that knowledge, so you can see that in action as well, right? So you saw the program. I told you the nuts and bolts of the program, who does it, how it's done, what kind of tools are there, and what kind of change it brings. Few people like Denusha, Lakshika, who is already taking the program, already spoke out. Now, looking at your life, looking at the fact that you are also trying to find a breakthrough, 2 years of pandemic, a lot of things must be changing. Do you feel like now is the right time to invest and make a change in your life, do something like that, right? Do you feel like now it's like a now or never for you? Do you feel that sense of urgency, or are you like, it's good if I can do it, but it's okay? Is it like that, or are you like, you know what, enough is enough, I really need to make a change, I really need to do something about it, and this seems like a good one, now is the time? Do you feel that conviction that now is the time? Can I have a yes? Yeah, Fasmina says really need to do. Asanga says now or never. What else? Who else feels like it's now, I really need to do it now? Sachinta says yes, Ravin says yes, Nav says yes, Vikum says yes, Gihan says yes, Dilni says yes, now is the time. Right. So if you guys feel like now is the time and you have to do it, do you feel what you saw in terms of the success blueprint, the program, is something that can bring that change? Is that the program that you really have to do? I'm sure there are a ton of programs out there, but from what you just saw, from what you just heard about me, and half of the things that we have spoken in these 7 steps are, stuff that I've taken off from the program as well, so you can understand how impactful it can be. Do you feel like this is the program? Right? Ravin says not sure. I appreciate the honesty. Right? Do you feel like this is the program? Are you convinced that this is something that can bring that change? So Asanga says yes. Dilni says I really like how the success blueprint is designed. Manisha says yes. Do you feel like this is the program? Right? If you don't feel like this is the program, then we should ask ourselves what makes this the program, right? Zura says first time I'm participating for a session, right? So success blueprint, once again, is built on 25 years of coaching, 600,000 people's transformations, that knowledge brought in by Arfeen Khan, my life experiences, best of Tony Robbins, stuff that I have paid tens and thousands of dollars, and I've summarized it with my life knowledge to create this success blueprint, right? So it's a 12-week program. It covers 6 modules. It helps you to discover your true self. It gives you a model to start making your decisions on, decision making module, success module, happiness formula, then make more time formula, and champion formula, which you can use for goal setting. So once you do that, what you actually get is, when you sign up for a program like that, you get a 2-hour session, right? A 2-hour session every week, right? If you sign up for the 12-week program, you get a 2-hour session every week, right? Let me see whether I have a slide to show you what you get. Okay. Let me put that up. Helps me explain much easily with a slide. Okay, so you basically get a 120-minute coaching slot, which is like a 2-hour slot every week, one-on-one. And once a month, you get a mastermind session with the rest of the participants where you connect with others. You get access to my private Facebook group where you can connect with other people, positive-minded people as well, and learn a lot of things which are happening freely on the Facebook group. You get access to all the paid workshops. So even if I conduct a paid workshop like this, right, or even a more expensive one, as long as it happens within the coaching period, you get free access to that. You get accountability to achieve your goal. So even beyond the program, if you're trying to achieve something, I'm the one who's going to be holding you accountable, calling you and asking, hey, you're supposed to do this by this date. Is it done? Let's say you go through your emotional ups and downs within that time. You go through a breakup, you lose a friend, you lose a loved one, someone dies, something happens, right? And your state drops. You have one call away. You can call and say, coach, I'm going through something like this. Can we set up a call? I need help, right? And that help is priceless, right? And what you get at the end of the 12-week program is something like a map which I call the success blueprint, which you can paste it on your wall, you can paste it on your fridge, wherever you can see where all the answers, all the formulas which are personalized to you is on that. So every time you want to take a decision, every time you want to start a program, every time you want to do a new activity, every time, let's say, you want to every time you feel down or something like that, whatever you want to do, you go to your success blueprint and find the answer there and you execute it, right? So that's what you get. So this is the program. Why I wanted to take that time is because a lot of people said now is the time, but when I asked the question, is this the program, you guys had doubts, right? So this program is built on that credibility of Arfeen Khan, with 25 years of coaching, with a lot of tools, structured. So it's not like let's sit and try to figure out what to do. There is a structure to follow, and that structure is created for you to have breakthrough after breakthrough after breakthrough after breakthrough, right? So that's the thing. So once again, I'm going to ask for whoever who did not feel confident, now that you've heard this little bit and now that you know exactly what you get from the program. I'm not talking about money, right? Without that. Do you feel like this is a great program that can bring you that profound impact into your life? Right. So let's try that once again. I have a few comments. I'm just going to read it in the meantime. I feel like it's a good program if you want to make real change in your life. I feel so. Don't have experience in any other coaching programs though. At the end of the day, we need motivation in life to take home something to transform you. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, a few yeses coming in as well, right? So if the answer is yes for those two questions where you think it's now or never, and you think this is a great program, the other question is, I showed you formulas, I showed you tools. I know you don't understand them, but at least do you feel like these are tools that can bring you a transformation, right? Oshadi spoke about the transformations that she has been having. Then Denusha spoke about the transformation she has been having. You know, we had few people who was already following the program talking about it, right? So do you feel like these tools can actually make an impact in your life? Learning these new tools, like some of the new things that you've learned here, can it actually bring you that kind of change, right? I know you don't know that in depth, but from what you know so far, do you feel like knowing those tools can have an impact? Can I have an answer for that? Right? Knowing those tools. Hey, I'm not alien. I get that a lot. I've been, I mean, a lot of clients have called me alien. They forget to strike off the A, but that's okay. And lion too, yes. Right? So if you feel like it's now or never, if you feel like this is a great program, if you feel like these tools make sense, right? At least these tools I have not heard, but it seems like you have a set of tools that can get into my inner DNA, give me that inner change, right? The last question that you should ask, who is this guy, LIEN? Can he deliver? Do I have that trust, that faith, that credibility? At least from the small interaction that I've had with him, this program, maybe you've got on another call with me, maybe you've gone through my website, maybe you've seen the ton of videos that I do on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. If not, please follow me once again. From the physical evidence that you have seen, right? Maybe you've seen the interviews that I've had at Dharana, maybe you've seen the talks that I've done at Chartered Accountants Forum, you know, stuff like that. From that, do you feel like LIEN is a guy who can give this change to me, right? Do you have that credibility? I'm not going to hold you accountable or responsible if you say no. Please give me honest opinion. Do you feel like I'm a person who can coach you? Yes, so I'm getting a few more yeses there, so I feel good. Thank you. But I hope you sincerely didn't do that to make me feel happy. So if the answer is yes for all those 4 questions, ladies and gentlemen, you should not be asking how much is it, right? If the answer is yes for, is it the right time? Is it the right program? Is it the right tools? And can LIEN deliver? If you want breakthroughs, if you want to change your life, it's a definite yes for the program, right? I'm not going to even ask you whether it's a yes, because look at it. You have you want to achieve something. there is something which you have said, it's the right time, it's the right program, it's the right tools, and LIEN is a person who can deliver it. So it's definitely like I have to do it, right? So if you have to do it, naturally our brain is wired thinking, I wonder how much it is, right? That's the question that's going in your mind. But I would say rather ask, how can I figure it out, or what options do I have? Because you know why? Because growth happens outside your comfort zone. If there's one thing that I did when I got into personal development, I pushed myself out of the comfort zone. When I had to pay 300,000 for Tony Robbins UPW, when I had to pay 200,000 for another gentleman called Indika Ramachandra's program, when I had to pay over $1 million for Arfeen Khan's program, and I'm looking at signing up for Tony Robbins Business Master, which would be minimum $10,000 to $15,000, right? And this is money that I don't have, right? Why? Because growth happens outside your comfort zone. And as long as you choose to stay in the comfort zone, you can be comfortable, but you will never get that growth. Why? Because nothing changes if nothing changes. I'm giving you quote after quote, not because of anything, because these quotes have really embedded in my head and I live by these quotes, right? Nothing changes if nothing changes, right? Let's say you're 35 years old. Whatever you have done in the last 35 or 40 years, if you keep on doing the same thing, you would get the same results. Another 10 years time, when you look back, you've gone in the same pace and nothing has changed, right? So if you want to make a profound impact, a change in your life, you need to take massive determined action. You have to really do something different. In this case, it could be signing up for this program, right? Because one last quote I want to tell is, what stands between you and your success is the bullshit stories that you tell yourself. Pardon my language, right? What do I mean? Because every time you think of doing something that can really bring you success, your hardwired brain and subconscious with all those negative codes are going to start telling you all the bullshit reasons. What are they? I don't have the time. I don't have the money. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know whether I deserve it, right? And a whole lot of, some people say, I'm too old for it. I'm too young for it. I'm married and I have commitments. I don't know whether I can find time, right? The other guy say, I'm not married, so I have a lot of other engagements. I don't know whether I have time. Your brain will somehow come up with reason after reason after reason, which are like BS stories, which is the only thing that stands between you and your success, right? So with all that, let me tell you first, what is the value of the program, right? Don't fall off the chair, but this is the value. If you actually put a value, a price tag on everything that you get, right? Now you have the Success Blueprint one-on-one, which is one-on-one personal coaching, which is very exclusive. And you have the Success Blueprint Express, which I'm introducing from February. So it's going to be 1 month, 4 weeks, and you're done with the course. Whereas Success Blueprint 101 is like 3 months, and you sit for 2 hours every day. Whereas you still cover the same amount of hours, but in the Express program, because it's 4 hours, every day we sit for 8 hours. It's like a 1 full day program. And it's going to be fun. We are going to take breaks. We are going to do fun activities. We are going to dance around. So we are not going to just sit and listen. But 4 Sundays, 24 hours, you're done. Success Blueprint 101 is 12 weeks, still 24 hours, but it's a one-on-one personal attention. So Success Blueprint Express is a group program, whereas the one-on-one, obviously, it's a one-on-one program, right? And where you really get is this tools and strategies, systems, support, mastermind, accountability, and confidence. All these things are embedded in this program, right? That's how it is created. I went through this. I'm not going to go through it again. 12 weeks, pre-planned, properly structured program, which is designed to give you breakthrough after breakthrough. And the value proposition goes like this, right? So this is how the value proposition is placed, right? Why I'm showing you the value is you need to understand how much of a value you get when you get into this program. 12 weeks coaching is simply $3,000. In-depth personality test is about $250, right? That's a 50-page document. Access to the coach within those 3 months is like a value of about $1,000. Access to all the workshops that I will be doing within that time is about $900. You get free access to that. And access to mastermind discussions because you don't get mastermind discussions only for the 3 months. When you sign up, even for a year, you still can participate on the mastermind discussions, right? So you get $1,200. So in terms of value, you are looking at about $6,350, which is about 1.3 million in terms of value, right? That's like doing a MBA or a bigger program, right? But this one, it's not only a qualification, it's actually helps you to get your life on track. But I actually charge only $3,000 for that one-on-one interaction, $3,000 for a 12-week program. If someone wants to go for an entire 1-year program, like there are CEOs and all that who says, I'll do the blueprint, but I want coaching to happen over a 1 year because I have a lot to discuss, lot to, right? So they pay about $10,000. So that's the kind of program that you are getting. Now you would be wondering, oh my God, that's costly. That's what's your brain is going to talk, right? Because it's about 600,000 rupees. How can I afford it? But I told you, a better question is not how can I afford it, right? How can I get there? How can I make that kind of money to pay for this if it's really going to do good for you? But another question that I'm bringing onto the table is, what option do I have, right? So I told you about the 4-week program. In case if you feel like spending 600,000 or 3,000 US dollars for a one-to-one coaching is far beyond your reach, you can still go for the Success Blueprint 4-week coaching program, 4-week group coaching program, right? Which is $625, which is an equivalent of 125,000. So for that 125,000, you get 4 Sundays, 8 hours. You cover the entire program in a group setting, which becomes your mastermind circle as well. So it's quick learning. And if you are especially a person who loves a group environment, who wants to learn quickly, and who wants to invest in your time, 1 month turnaround, that is a great option, right? Now, these are the 2 options that you have to select. But I want to make it very special for you if you want to take action, because I love people who want to take action, who likes to take action, right? Because taking that decision is not going to be easy. Already 2 people have dropped from the call. They are not action takers. I really care less because I've given them enough value. They can do it from themselves if they can do it. But if you want to work with a coach, and there are a few people who are still sticking around, I want to give something from my end. So if you want to sign up today, I'm going to give you a special offer. But when I give you the special offer, I also want you to look at it like this. If you really want this, don't think about how much you have to pay. If you really want it, think of which option and how much you have to pay today. Follow the breadcrumbs. Keep your eyes only on what you have to focus today, because when you do that, you start making the rest of the money somehow, because you have already jumped into the deep end and you are going to swim and your coach is going to help you, right? Ravin is asking whether this is physical training or virtual. Ravin, this is virtual given the circumstances. I still have not gone into a physical. One-on-one can be physical or virtual. The group 4-week program for now is virtual, right? It will happen on Zoom. And you don't have to worry about power cuts. If power cuts happens, we will give you the videos, because the entire thing would be recorded and uploaded onto a private server and shared with the participants, right? When does the 4-week program start? First Sunday of February. So we have like a week to go, right? So as I was saying, if you are the one kind of person who's willing to take action, this is what I'm willing to do for you. If you're signing up for one-on-one, I'm not reducing the price. I strongly don't believe in discounts. So, but in addition, what I will do is I will give you an additional 12 coaching sessions. That's a value of another $3,000, right? So you are getting 12 weeks coaching program plus another 12 weeks that you can utilize however you like to achieve your targets, to achieve your goals, to discuss whatever beyond the program. So you get 24 sessions for $3,000 or 600,000 rupees, right? But if you're signing up for the February program as a special gift from me, I'm reducing another 30,000 bucks. But these 2 offers would be valid only if you take action right now. What is the action I'm asking? Now, I'm going to ask you a very small action. The reason is not for me to get money, but for you to tell your brain that this is a non-negotiable and I have taken action. Right? So even though it's a small action, you've taken action, your brain can't go into the whole this thing saying, now what will happen? And start feeding you all the encodes. All I'm saying is this, right? So success blueprint starts on the Sunday 8 to 5, like I said. All you need to do is this. I'm gonna put a link on the chat box right now. It's an online payment link. If anyone doesn't have online payment, we can share banking details as well. You only have to make a deposit of 10,000 rupees to commit, right, to this program. Whether you do the one-to-one, whether you do the group coaching, or let's say you don't want both, but you want a coaching session. Usually I charge 25,000 for a coaching session, but for 10,000 you can get that session, right? So you can, okay, bank details. I will share the bank details as well. Zaran, if you are there, just see whether you can fish out the bank details pretty fast. So what you're doing is you are telling yourself, I am making a commitment. It's a non-negotiable because I have realized I really have to do this, right? I really have to do this. And this is a non-negotiable for me. So you are ruling out the opportunities that your brain will start getting into a negotiation after you end this call. Because I'll tell you one thing, if you don't take action right now, right? I'm telling you with all the experience that I have, if you don't take action right now, trust me, you are not going to do anything about it later on. You might say, no, I'm going to come back. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to ask my wife. I'm going to ask my husband. I know how the mind works. I know how psychology works, right? So if you don't take action right now, you leave it for negotiation for your subconscious. Moment you end this call, you're going to go back into your world because you've been staying out of it for 4 hours. Your wives, husband, children, parents, friends, everyone is waiting to catch up your calls, your work and all that, and you're going to forget it. And even if you don't forget it, your interest levels is going to plummet down. No problem for me, but it's going to affect you. If you feel like now is the time, if you feel like this is the program, if you feel like I'm the kind of a person who can give you this change, the best you can do for yourself is invest 10,000. Your risk is 10,000. Worst case scenario, what will happen? You will change your mind, you'll lose the 10,000. It's non-refundable, right? But are you going to think about the 10,000 or are you going to be thinking about all the other questions that your brain has, right? So Indu is asking, does the 4-week program entail everything Success Blueprint offers? Yes, everything. Just because it's a shorter program doesn't mean that I've cut off anything. In case chances are we would spend more time, I would allocate more than just 24 hours because one-on-one program is 2 hours into 12 weeks, right? So that's 24 hours. But chances are, since you have a group, I will put more than 24 hours. So possibly what will happen is we'll do 8 hours a day. So 8 hours into 4 weeks is 32 hours because when we start discussing, more time would be utilized. So you'll get more time with me, right? So since the group program is a shorter program, there are no installment offers pre-planned for that. But you can pay before the program, the balance before the program. If you are going for one-on-one coaching, we can discuss on payment terms. See, all those things, it's like first you make the decision saying, I want to do it. Then you make the decision, somehow I'm going to do it. And then you ask, how am I going to do it, right? So in that process, what I'm saying is commit yourself with 10,000. Then you go back into the drawing board. And as your coach, I will give you tons of ways how to figure out how to pay for that money. Because I've never paid money that I had, honestly. And if I hadn't paid any of that money and got into personal development, I'll still be that fat, chubby, depressed looking fellow that you saw on my slide 3 or 4, whatever that I showed you, right? And I have people here. Bevan was supposed to be here and share his experience with you. Now when he paid, he said, I don't have money. And I gave him the same talk. He paid whatever the money that he had as a deposit, right? And he told me last week, when I invested, I was shitless scared because I didn't know how I'm going to make money. It was not even practical for me to find that money. But surprisingly, now that I've done it, things are working out fine. What happens? You jump into the deep end, right? Akio Morita, who was the chairman of Sony Corporation, once said, you can be innovative if your life depends on it, right? When you jump into the deep end, either you sink and die or swim, and you are not going to choose to sink and die. You are going to give it the fight of your life. And imagine this time your coach is there with you. Your coach can help you. If someone really have a problem with paying for the express program, maybe I can help you by breaking it into two, right? But then again, you need to make a commitment today and finalize that, because that really helps you. I have a few more questions coming in. Right, in for the 10,000 deposit, now or never. Yes, that's the spirit, Dilni. It's now or never, right? Because if you take one more minute and negotiate with yourself, what will happen is your brain will, our brains are so creative, right? And it's designed for survival, and it'll keep on giving us enough reasons why we shouldn't do it. So if you guys have any questions, I would like to take questions right now. Anything about the program, anything about this thing. But I posted the link once. I'm gonna post the link. Zaran, if you can post the link and the bank details again. Take action right now. Don't leave it to chance. Good thing for you is, let's say February batch is the first time I'm doing the group coaching, right? Chances are I won't have 20 people there. I think maximum we might have about 5. So which means you're going to get a lot more personal attention on the group program than, let's say, a group program that I would do later on, which might be, let's say I get popular and I have about 20 people coming in, and then you have less attention coming in, right? So if you're going for the group program, that's the thing. If you think you are the discerning type who wants that personal attention, let's talk. That's for a special person who really wants to take their life to the next level. But you can start with the group program. Ravin, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Len, what are the timings? Because I'm in the event business. For me, Sundays, weekends are my days of work.
Okay.
So I specifically need the timings.
So we start at 8 o'clock in the morning, right?
Okay.
Scheduled to finish at 4, but we might stretch to 5 if we really need to cover the ground. So we can say it's 8 to 4, 8 to 5. Let me look at the slides once again to give you an exact timing. Yeah, my slide says 8 to 5. That's with the breaks and everything as well. So the good thing is, even if you have something, if you can reschedule it just for 4 weeks, 1 month, you get it done and dusted, right? Right. So remember, at the same time, if you are telling yourself any reason, it could be a very good reason. I'm not saying it's a bad reason, but then again, that's one of those stories that you are telling, which is standing between you and your success. The question you have to ask yourself is this the program that's going to really do good for me, and now is the time, and can LIEN do it, right? And so Indu is asking, how long do you have to make the 10,000 deposit? I would say do it now, right? It's not a rule, it's not a this thing, but what I'm saying is, moment you get out from this call, you are going to lose the chance of signing up, because your brain is going to get into that activity, right? So that's why I've kept it at a very low price, like 10,000, rather than asking 50,000 or something big, right? Because I wanted to make it smaller enough that you can take a quick action, but I wanted to make it bigger enough so you feel committed to the action that you are taking, right? So it's not a rule that I'm saying, but if you really want to do it for yourself, do it now, right? Click on the link while I'm on the call, go to that site, put your card details down, or do this thing, right? So Ravin is asking, what is the payment plan after the 10K? So basically, usually for coaching, we take all funds upfront. Because why? Because it helps you to commit yourself. When you know your money is down, you put all your effort, right? Like you have never done before. But to make it more successful, let's say you make 10K today as a deposit, and your program starts on, let's say program starts on the first Sunday. Let me get the exact date.
February.
Yeah, February 6th, right? So before the 6th, you have to make 50% of the payment. And by the mid of February, you have to make the balance 50% of the payment. Now he's asking whether this is going to happen every month. Now I have not decided. It all depends on how February goes. So February is what I've planned for the moment, right? Do we get a certificate? Yes, you get a certificate. You get a certificate of completion of the success blueprint from the LienKay Coaching Academy, which will have immense value as well if you're I mean, for your career purposes and stuff like that, with a covering letter saying what exactly you would be covering. Any other questions? Just give me a quick second. Sorry about that, guys. I had a small delivery coming in. Right, so we've reached the end of the program, right? Usually the statistics is only 1%, 1 to 3% maximum who take action. Because if everyone was taking action, the world would be a much better place, right? Sometimes we really want it, but something is holding us back. Something is holding us back. And most of the time, it's us ourselves, right? It's the coding that is running, like, can I do this? Is it justifiable and all that, right? So if you think this is the one for you, you know what to do. $10,000, commit yourself, and you are committing to yourself, right? Take action. We will meet on next Sunday. Starting from next Sunday, we will complete the this thing, so you get the full personality report and all the workbooks for the success blueprint as well. And we will have the program, and when you go through the program, you will find breakthrough after breakthrough after breakthrough after breakthrough, right? So any other questions before we wind up for today?
You have to commit for 4 days, right?
You have to commit for 4 days.
Sundays.
Yes, right. Anyone else? Any questions?
Express program is starting on the 6th, is it?
Starting on the 6th. Now he's asking, what if you have the plans on a particular Sunday that you can't change? So see, if it's something that you really can't change now, I mean, I can't help it, but what you can get is you can get the recording of that particular 8-hour program, right? So I will be giving the recording since I understand when it's a one-to-one, we can always shift it, but when it's a group, the dates are fixed, right? Because of that, I give the recording, so you can actually use the recording. What's the one-on-one coaching time plan? One-on-one coaching can happen anytime. Like I told you, I have one client who's sitting with me at 4 o'clock in the morning, another one sitting at 11 o'clock in the night. Depending on your timing, I will share my calendar and we can select a time slot that works for you. Fix that as the main time slot, but because it's one-to-one, let's say you have a wedding or I have something, we can always shift it around here and there, but predominantly we will fix a date 2.5 hour slots in, this is when we are having the coaching, right? Any other questions, guys? I will give you one more tip. If in your head you are thinking so many questions, and if it sounds like too much to handle right now, right? Make that commitment of 10,000 and then decide, right? You might think like, you are just trying to take my 10,000 bucks, but seriously, is the life transformation worth more than 10,000 bucks? Yes, right? So I had to yesterday make a deposit of $300 for a program which is about $5,000. I had the same question, so I followed the same strategy that I'm telling you. I followed the same, the preaching that I give. I stopped looking at the total figure. I looked at the $300. Does my credit card have $300 to do it? Do it, done, dusted before 12 o'clock in the midnight. Just finalize that. I haven't still started thinking about the balance amount of the money. But here's the thing. Now, that was a program called the Secret Millionaire Blueprint. When you're on coaching, you are getting that $5,000 value also flowing through to you through the discussions we are having at a fraction of a cost, right? So even when you're going through the Success Blueprint Express, whatever that I know, when we are talking, when we are doing the interventions, that knowledge is coming, right? So you are getting actually an ample amount of knowledge and transformation for the money that you pay. Guys, that's it from my end. I'm truly thankful for the time that you spent. I kept you guys waiting for extra 15 minutes, but I sincerely hope that time was well served, well spent, and you guys really learned something. I would like to open the floor to anyone who would like to talk, say something. If not, we would be winding up right now.
Yeah, Len, thank you for the opportunity, and it's a blessing to have go through this. So I'm planning to be a part of it. Let's check my schedule because as I just told you, the events is key because 2 years we didn't have anything and just things are coming out right now. So that's the only question that I have right now to figure out and see what happens there. If not, I'll definitely be a part of this. And guys, thanks for being there as well. And Lynn, thank you for your valuable 4 hours as well. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would also like to remind everyone, if you have not done your personality test, please do your personality test and get in touch with me to understand what your personality means to you. Even right now, if you have got it done, set a time with me for a chat where you can get your personality test, understood in detail how it affects your life, because these things will really help you, right? Superb, guys. So thank you very much once again, and have an amazing Sunday. And I hope you guys really enjoyed this time. I really did. And thank you from me.